Jamaica's mind-blowing, game-changing projects, Part 2. Jamaica has successfully stabilized its economy, turning a fiscal deficit of 1% of GDP in 2009 into a surplus of 1% in 2019, and lowering its public debt from 142% in 2009 to 94% by that year. Jamaica will endeavor to open up opportunities for increasing investment in educational infrastructure and eradicating poverty. Welcome to Grand Projects, the channel where you can learn about ongoing future projects worldwide. In today's video, we'll discover Jamaica's mind-blowing, game-changing projects. Before getting into the video, please share and subscribe to our channel for more videos like these. Also tap on the bell icon for notifications. Without further ado, let's get into it. The Southern Coastal Highway. A significant project to improve infrastructure has been launched by the government of Jamaica called the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. The project included building and improving a 110-kilometer roadway that would travel down Jamaica's southern coast and connect the eastern communities of Port Antonio and Morant Bay with Kingston, the country's capital. The Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project will continue to be worked on in the upcoming fiscal year with funding set aside of $22.1 billion. Dr. Honorable Nigel Clark, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, recently submitted the 2023 and 4 estimates of spending to the House of Representatives, where the amount was budgeted. 3 stages make up the project's execution. The current road between Port Antonio in Portland and Harborview in Kingston will be renovated as part of the first construction phase. A new highway is being built between Port Antonio and Morant Bay and St. Thomas as part of the second phase. Extension of the road to Montego Bay, a tourist destination in St. James, is part of the third phase. The Jamaican government is funding the Southern Coastal Highway upgrading project with loans from the China Exim Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. Through generating jobs, drawing capital, and raising the standard of living for residents, the project is anticipated to have a large positive impact on Jamaica's economy. The project aims to make the current southern coastline main arterial road safer, more efficient, flood-free, and capable of accommodating future expansion by improving its alignment and capacity. The project has achieved several goals as of December 2022. Completing the May Penn to Williamsfield design was one of them, Part A road section. Also, the construction portion of the Part A work is 80% complete, as is the land acquisition portion, and the relocation of utilities has a 90% completion rate. 80% of the work on the part of the road from Harborview to Albion to Yalla's Bridge, 80% of the work from Yalla's Bridge to Port Antonio, and 80% of the work from Morant Bay to Cedar Valley have been completed. 15 construction packages were chosen for the Phase B project, and as a whole they are 37% finished. Physical milestones for fiscal years 2023 and 24 include the completion and approval of Part A work designs, full construction work completion, access to all required parcels along the alignment, and utility completion. The construction packages under Sections 1, 2, and 4 are intended to be completed in full for Part B's works. The goal for Section 3 is to award and meet 30% of the construction packages. Prime Minister Andrew Holness is sympathizing with locals who have been inconvenienced or otherwise impacted and is urging patience throughout the rest of the construction as the government operates to bring this leg of the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project to completion. The government is currently engaged in intense work to ensure that the parish of St. Thomas has quality road infrastructure that will last. According to the Prime Minister, providing citizens with the best roads will take longer. I understand the concerns and the inconvenience, he continued, but we need to start considering the big picture and recognize that this is a new moment. So for our infrastructure to be resilient to the effects of climate change, it must be built, he said. The St. Thomas leg comprises 2 of the 3 portions of the SCHIP construction project, which started in January 17 and is being completed in 3 phases. According to the most recent information from the National Works Agency, the first phase, which comprises Long Road, Morant Bay, and 2 roads from Cedar Valley to Portland, will be finished by this summer, 2023. This summer is also anticipated to see the completion of the Harborview to Yalla's Road, which is a component of the project's second stage. Prime Minister Holness cited resilience as a major reason for the extension of roadworks. The government must make the necessary investments to ensure that crucial nation-building infrastructure like the SCHIP can resist calamities and endure for future generations. As a result, the Prime Minister pleads with residents and commuters who are impacted to have patience. The Prime Minister remarked, "It has to take a little longer so the next downpour doesn't wash away those roads. We must build more retaining walls, bigger drains, and a thicker asphalt layer." If you love projects, do subscribe to Grand Projects. Also click the like and bell icons. Moving on. People along the Southern Coastal Highway were warned to expect a 2-year delay. As delays plague the multi-billion-dollar project, Jamaicans who live along the 140-kilometer section of the Southern Coastal Highway project are being forewarned that they can expect up to 2 more years of aggravation. Residents of towns ranging from Harborview in East Rural St. Andrew to Port Antonio in East Portland have been vehemently griping about issues ranging from annoyance caused by dust to expensive wear and tear on their cars. According to the 10 local subcontractors working on the project, the National Works Agency and China Harbor Engineering Company must swiftly address the long-standing concerns surrounding to increase connectivity and promote economic growth. The people who live in the area will also have better access to healthcare, education, and other crucial services thanks to the highway. Also, to improve the alignment and capacity of the current Southern Coastline's major arterial roads so that it is safe, effective, flood-free, and capable of accommodating future development. The funds, which were budgeted for in the 2022 and 3 estimates of expenditure, will be used, among other things, to continue and finish the designs, to continue land acquisition activities to gain access to all required parcels along the Maypen to Williamsfield Road alignment, and to finish utility relocation. The Prime Minister gave an update on Part B and the eastern section of the project on March 16th as part of Andrew Holness's contribution to the 2023 and 4 budget discussion in the House of Representatives. He stated that the suffering of the people who have experienced severe interruption to their daily lives owing to these works is not lost on us. For this reason, your government keeps a close eye on the developments in order to make adjustments for better execution. Communities are already gaining from the infrastructural development, and steady progress is being made, according to him. That is all for today. What do you think about this project? Share your thoughts in the comments section below. Also, if you want us to deliver quality content, you must do one simple thing. Click the subscribe button and subscribe to Grand Projects, guys. To know more about projects worldwide, refer to our other videos.
All right. All right. Let's got that one. Good. Greetings, and peace. As we always say, peace profound, eh? Another evening behind the golden microphone with half our brains behind our back, just to make the competition fair, huh? Yeah. It's going to be a jam-packed evening, eh? We are going to be joined by Morland Wilson, Dr. Andrew Wheatley, and the resident boss himself, Dorlan H. Francis. So, tweet a friend, call a friend, phone a friend, tell your neighbor to log on. We're live. The block is on. With yours truly, the man himself, Chopper. The great one himself, I. Yeah. So, yeah, man, it's going to be a jam-packed evening. We see a lot of person logging on. You guys tell us where you're logging on from so we can give big shout-outs to your parishes, to your city, to your country, wherever you're coming in from. Just make sure to tell us in the comment section where you're joining us from. It's a pleasant evening, folks. It's the second day of the 7th month, the month of July. And Big things are happening for Jamaica, as you saw in that little pre-video we showed earlier. Big things are happening, and people are seeing it. People are seeing it from all walks of life, both locally and internationally. The sad part of it, folks, is that there are forces right among us here in Jamaica who are hell-bent on not highlighting the positives about Jamaica. Huh? It is our duty to do what we have to do in our own little corner to tell everybody about this beautiful island called Jamaica. Huh? Steve Lynn, big up yourself. Let's see. Anjali, big up yourself. Gravish, Barry Foster, Glenroy Nelson, Erot Ewart Yee. Forgive me there. Magnus, Big Steve, my friend, big up yourself. Wallace, big up yourself. Kenroy Thomas, you're in the building. And I think our first guest this evening would have been, I believe, let me not preempt this too much. I think our first person to log on this evening would have been Angela Grant. So Angela, big up yourself and thank you for coming through. You were here about almost 30 minutes before we started, and you said you didn't want to miss a beat. Well, you did not miss a beat. Share the program. Dorlan H. Francis will be here. Morland Wilson, Western Westmoreland. Of course, you know that just yesterday they had a big protest down in Westmoreland calling for water. A protest that all of us know had some element of organization in it, where elements of mischief makers would be a part of such demonstration. You know, folks, demonstration and protest by people should not be ignored. It should be something we look at as a sort of a guide as to where people's minds are. It is still unfortunate, though, that we could not have a balance where protesting is concerned. Why? Because the question you'd like to ask the persons of such area is, how long ago have you been out of water? How long would you have those issues in respect to water and not having it the good commodity down there? I'm quite certain that must have been a while. However, while one should not continue to point finger at the past administration to say, look, they were here and they did not provide water. One of the reasons why the persons in such area would have voted overwhelmingly for the Jamaica Labour Party and for their local representative, MPs like Morland Wilson, is for them to provide the precious commodity that is or would have been lacking for years. So while it's all good for us to point fingers, and we can always remind the people that, look, this problem and this issue of water didn't start in 2016. It's been around for ages. I think why people voted out the PNP is because of those very same reasons. They weren't able to fix the issues, the local issues that affect the local man. You know, there are several communities, guys, that they're not asking for a whole lot. They're asking for just water, road, electricity, just access to good water, access to basic commodities. They're not asking for a whole lot. And while I can understand that there's a lot of stuff happening in Jamaica positively, But one of the big issues we have, and if people think crime is a big problem, check water. If you believe that crime is our biggest problem in Jamaica, check water. Lack of water is a big issue too, you know, and it's one that I know because I have spoken to Minister Matthew Samuda even today, just to get an understanding from him as to where we are as a country and as a government in how we plan to deal with water. And he outlined several initiatives and plans that the government has to not just provide black tanks and trucking water into various communities, but like most of the other big issues that Jamaica face, he said that his government has plans to fix Jamaica's water problem once and for all. But they say, while you fight, or while you, I don't remember the correct saying, but Rome continues to burn. While those plans are being put in place, the immediate issue of water shortage is no joke. Now, based on videos that we saw coming out of Westmoreland yesterday, it would have been obvious that there were some hoodlum among what should be considered as genuine protesters having genuine concerns and want water. But every time there's a good thing going in this country, there's always a few that will hijack it and take it south. I believe that the persons who have a genuine concern about water has the right to demonstrate if they want to. But when such demonstration is hijacked by criminal and hoodlums, then that takes a different turn. In some of the videos that we saw where the Member of Parliament seemed to have been threatened by individuals. And we're hoping that those actions will be taken to fix those little issues, read the behavior of certain individuals. So we're going to take a quick break, folks. When we come back, we're going to bring Member of Parliament for Western Westmoreland, Morland Wilson. He will join us and he'll give us a better understanding as to what transpired yesterday and what are the plans to fix the water problem, not just in Westmoreland, but in Jamaica. Stick and stay. We'll be right back.
We'd like to invite you to come back. Back to playful. Back to adventurous. Back to back to the little things that can have a big impact. It's time. Come back to the way you always imagined it. In Jamaica.
Full of flavor, no if or no maybe. Malta my crave on a daily. I couldn't ask for a better cold glass. Coffee can't pass from this. My Malta, my pocket with me. You know I got it with me. I feel have a buckle for myself. Yesterday the shop locked, so today me come back. 2 new flavors on the shelf. Me say me see it and me grab it and me love it and buy it. My mommy take it and she pull it and try it. She say Malta in the morning, afternoon or night. And she finish it, she don't need no help. Drink them more. Coffee or vanilla, the Jamaican original. Have it with my lunch and my dinner. Ginseng with the ginger, make you settle and you simmer. Good for the baller and the singer. Make you feel good and it tastes real nice. Better when cool, so we put it on ice. Take a sip once, if you take a sip twice. Mother full of flavor for life. Mother full of flavor for life.
All right, so welcome back, folks. Thank you all for sticking and staying with us. As promised, we have MP Morland Wilson, Western Westmoreland. MP Wilson, greetings.
Greetings, Chopper.
Greetings
to. I'm good. How are you and how are your listeners, viewers?
Everybody's fine, man. Everybody's up and about. that I think most people would be really happy to hear from you as to what took place, what transpired in your constituency yesterday. We share your grief and your plight. Water. It's a concern not
Yes.
just for Western Westmoreland but for other constituencies. Talk to us about what's happening down there, Morland.
Well, yesterday I saw the video as well with a lot of inputted narratives about what really took place. We were out of water in the constituency, in particular in Negril or sections of Negril and sections of Retreat for a bit of time. It was about 3 weeks. Persons were without water. So it was an extended period. NWC, speaking with the parish manager, continues to reassure me, giving tentative timelines on when the pump will be repaired, when the mechanical issues will be solved. And it's an ongoing thing. So not last evening before, we're talking about Friday evening now, we got a deadline that the pump and the treatment plant should be back up by about 8 p.m. So said, so done. NWC was back pumping at 100% capacity at the Lago treatment plant, which supplies Whitehall Phase 1, Phase 2, West End, Red Ground, sections of Sheffield and Retreat where the protest took place. In my WhatsApp groups that I have for the communities, I would have shared and communicated with persons who are part of the group that, listen, this water situation is coming to an end quite soon. We will be restored, water will be restored. You'll have water in your pipes by 8. With the water situation, water, while it is restored, it doesn't reach everyone at the same time. So some persons in Whitehall got water in the what you call Friday night into Saturday morning. And Saturday persons would have seen water back in their taps. However, if what I would say, Saturday morning or Friday night late, about 4 a.m., someone decided to organize and cut down some trees blocking the road, which is the main thoroughfare between Negril and the town of Savlamar. So that took place.
So
I got
stick
the
up in
call
your
about
MP.
8.
Stick up
Yes,
in your
yes.
MP. Are you saying that the residents were notified of the scheduled return of the water prior
Yes, they
to
were.
the roadblock?
Yes, they were, and that's why the roadblock was a bit shocking because when I got the call about 7-8 a.m. that the road was blocked and persons were protesting about water, I was like, this is crazy. The water was restored. So the police called. They said, they are calling for their MP to address the water situation. I shared with the police that the water was restored, but the people were quite vigilant, militant in their request for water. So upon arrival, I see some known opposition activists. No issues with that, because they are constituents too. They would have want water in their pipes. And upon approaching them, they started to cuss all sort of stuff about all type of things. They don't want they're demanding someone to be their representative, to challenge me as MP. They're talking about what the opposition party would have done. So it became a big blur because I said to the police, this is not about water. What is happening here? So it was very political. They were talking who they want to represent the opposition against me. They said they don't want they want their party to be ruling government, and so it was evidently a political thing. So for me, I said, listen, I'm here to discuss the water. The water has been restored. Messages are sent out. Persons are saying, well, it don't reach here yet. And I said, yes, we would understand that it will take a time for the water to go through all the system. Tanks are empty, people will be filling up their catchments, etc. So I spoke to the audience. I think that video that you saw was when I arrived and I started to speak to a few of the persons who were there and talking. And the persons who would have took that video was one of the activists who was standing behind the opposition councillor who was present as well. So the crowd was a bit mixed. Not everyone that was there. Some people got angry because they were legitimate concerns about the water. And with the political flavor, that never came across as a positive discussion about how the water issue can be resolved. So that is what happened in a nutshell. Water is restored. There was a major disruption on the thoroughfare for the entire day. They all just abandoned. Once they saw the water flowing, they all just left all the rubbish, the garbage, the trees and everything, impeding traffic.
So let me
Very
ask you this though,
unsightly.
MP, because yes, and I understand based on what you're saying now, is that it is obvious that this was just not a spontaneous
Not at
protest.
all. Not at all.
Because if persons were notified prior of a scheduled return of the water, then why would there be such a protest? The other question I wanted to ask, and we suspect that this might have been organized by the opposition party down there who is very active in your
Very
neighborhood.
active.
But let me ask you this though: are you of that view that it was organized?
No, it was. There's no doubt. I mean,
All right.
there's no
Good.
doubt. It was a planned thing.
Yes.
In fact, persons from the community were complaining to me that they heard power saw 4 a.m. in the morning, and they were all power saw wake them up because power saw was.
So it was
cutting.
power saw that they had used.
Yes. So
And
persons were complaining that they woke up
that takes some level of mobilization and
organization.
money, because people don't do things for free in Jamaica. But let me ask you this, MP. On the video that we saw, it appears that at one point the crowd got so boisterous, and a lot of persons, even in the discussion here, thought that you were threatened. Did you feel threatened in any way?
There were persons hurling threats. And another thing that took place during that event, because upon arrival, I said there was a lot of shocking things. It didn't seem as a protest of genuine demand and concern. People were drinking white rum and boom,
So it's a party.
and so it was more of a chill. And when I came there, a lot of them were a bit intoxicated. So you can see that it was a very unusual type of protest. And as I said, the discourse or the discussions that was being put forward was around party politics.
Yes.
Who they
So
want
it wasn't
to run
a discussion about
road.
water.
No, they want to run with this guy, this guy who they want to represent them. And I'm like, listen. So at that point, I said, listen, I'm going to speak about the water and get on with it. At no point, the police was there. Their presence were and I want to shout out to the police who was on spot, who maintained the peace.
Saw that threat that was hurled at you there?
Yes, and it's being dealt with. I spoke to the DSP for those who were threatening persons. And then there was some criminal element as well, Chopper.
Yes.
The bypass road that the persons were taking because of the roadblock. Persons were being road was blocked around there, and they were being charged to pass and that type of extortion. Yes.
Oh, so there were alternative route into the grill,
Yes.
and persons were collecting to go
They
through
were
there.
collecting-
To create
they were
a situation
collecting
they
toll.
benefit from.
Right, and I was informed it was persons from the same community that went around there to do it. So it was, as I said, it was never a genuine, but it was more of an organized thing. And what evolved out of this whatever we would want to call it, is that persons were highly inconvenienced. We had massive disruption with the tourist workers going to work. It was quite uncomfortable to see them sitting in the buses just waiting for us to clear the road. And then there was criminal persons, with criminal intent, trying to to extort persons who were using the alternate route. The police quickly got onto that bit and disrupted the operation that they had going. So it was a very active day, put it that way, Chopper. Very, very active.
Well, I'm hoping that you would have put a report into the police, read the additional persons who hijack. What to me, I mean, people have the right to protest and make no mistake about it, Morland. This country have a serious water problem. It's not a water problem that started in 2016. It's a water problem that we have had for decades.
Inherited.
Just like all the other issues that we're trying to resolve. No, water needs to be on the front burner of some of these pressing issues because it's one of the things that we have inherited and we must fix it. It can't be 30, 35 years you're just trucking water to people. That's not a solution. Providing black tank is not the solution. I believe that there ought to be a more viable solution to this water issue. And that solution needs to be given some priority because people in your constituency, I don't believe that they should go there on block roads, and expect that between 2020 and now that you could have fixed those problems. I don't think so. However, the broader picture, Morland, must be addressed by the government.
Yeah, Chopper, let me just put this on record that this water situation that the country is facing, it's the Jamaica Labour Party government that will fix it. I can assure you.
I believe you on that. That one I believe you.
If you look at history, and I'm sure Dorlan and others will speak, the Labour Party has always been at the forefront of development for this country.
Oh, yes.
And there has been several developments in water in my constituency. And since I'm on the program, I'll take the liberty of sharing some of those development that has already taken place. So we're not talking about things that is to come. We're talking about projects that has already been implemented since I became member of parliament. And we have seen where the retirement water system at a cost of some $93 million was implemented, in 9 communities serving over 9,000 residents. The Minister of Water, Honorable Matthew Samuda, came down and we opened the taps, allowing over 9,000 residents who have never seen water, Chopper. We're talking about.
So these are some of the things, Mr. Wilson. These are some of the things, MP Wilson, that needs to be highlighted. I mean, I myself have seen a lot of water system being commissioned. In MP Hero Clark's constituency in St. James Central. There's a community called Flower Hill, which I'm aware of. And they didn't have water for about 40 years. And I was there when that water was commissioned, and I could see the joy on people's face. I have seen Senator Matthew Samuda, all over Jamaica turning on water. But, Morland, I'm going to say something, and it might not be one of the most popular sentiments. A lot of people might not agree with me, but I don't really care. The agencies in Jamaica, National Water Commission being one of them. And I'll tell you, the persons in the audience watching, you go and check for the last 30 years how many persons have managed that entity. Who are the leaders in that entity? What have they done to improve the services provided by this entity? Forget about GLP and PNP, MP. Forget about who was in power and who wasn't in power. Let us look at the agencies now and the people who the government is paying big bucks to head these agencies. What is the expectation, Mr. Wilson? You're a member of parliament, and I'm expecting that you will go to parliament at some point and ask these questions, because it is unfair to people like you, to people like MP Clark. And I will tell you the story about Central St. James in a few minutes. But I'm expecting people like you who are facing the people every day and have to deal with the cry of water? Are you putting the pressure on the NWC to provide the commodity? Are you asking the questions of NWC? Say, look, man, you have been here as director. You have been here as general manager. What have you done? Tell me. Because walking around and turning on a few hydrants, not going to cut it, MP. People like you are come under more pressure. And if the pressure comes to you as a people's representative, then you have to pass it on and you have to get answers. And the answers, MP, must come from the agency head. NWC is deafeningly silent. They're very silent. You don't hear a word from them. But you have to go out there and face your people. So I'm asking you.
I agree. I agree, Chopper, 100%. In fact,
you are the people's representative in the Virgin.
When the water is gone for 3 weeks, people don't call NWC, you know, they call their MP.
Precisely.
They call their MP, and when
the same
they don't
MP
get
when
water,
them say get no money. The same
Right.
MP when I listened to your opponent spoke on social media, he was quick to highlight the fact that you were giving on some raise. That was the first talking point for him. I'm saying to you, you were not the only person who got a raise. The head of agencies got raised too. What is it that they are
It's
bringing to the
convenience.
table?
Convenience. When people
E.G. Hunter was the man who led NWC for about 15, 20 years. Left it, now he's at NWA. We need to ask question, Morland. We have to start holding the agencies accountable. Why is it that the MPs are inserting themselves into a process? And they don't have the answer. I'm certain that if you had the budget, the staffing, the wherewithal, you would have provided water for your people.
Of course. Without
Exactly.
a doubt. Without a doubt.
You have a responsibility.
And I agree with you, Chopper. And I think my understanding, I always try to be.
Yeah. We seem to might have lost connection there with Morland for a moment. I know he's down in Westmoreland. Connect. Yeah, go ahead, Morland. You lost it for a minute there.
Yeah, the internet keeps shipping out.
Yes.
I think NWC over the years have been underfunded, and because of how it has been run, it almost run in the ground basically.
Yes.
It's just in recent time we have seen where NWC has turned a profit. So the investment in the infrastructure of NWC, whether it's reservoir, pumping tanks, lift stations, has been lagging. And as you know, Jamaica is a fast developing country. So I think we have this development challenge which a lot of country faces, and it's a challenge that we have to confront with ambitious governments such as this one. You're going to see persons building new homes. What NWC has to do is to ensure that there is enough water, whether they take a loan or they raise some capital, take some money and invest in our water infrastructure, because it will pay back for itself. What people are demanding now is reliable water supply. And if we are in 2023 and we can't have reliable water supply to ensure that our residents and our citizens or hoteliers are able to have water to ensure their plant is fully operational, then we are in serious challenge. We're going to be in trouble. In Westmoreland Western, we have this fantastic area called Negril, which has several hotels, supplying, accommodating a third of the tourist income, in Jamaica. This particular area, we cannot have such an important part of our economy going without water. So
Morland?
I do believe that
Go ahead.
I do believe that, Chopper, that we really need to look strategically, a 10-year plan, a 5-year plan. I've spoken to Minister Samuda, and he's on. There are massive plans. There is the Ruin River Plan project, which will run a major pipeline from Ruin River into Negril that will supply the demand that we have in and around the Negril space. And it will also solve the issues that we have with water in Retreat. So we have these plans that are in place, but what we would want to see now is for these plans to come off the paper, come out of the pipeline and get out and start implementation. because it's only when implementation is done that we will actually see some real effect and real change on the ground as it pertains to our water situation.
So here's one of the big things, and I'm glad you mentioned the hotels, because Negril sits in the same position as Montego Bay. And one of the things I hear from the people when I walk the streets, and I hear the people say, but big man, the water not gone over the hotel, or water gone up the hill. You get what I'm saying? And these comparisons are being made because not everybody is going to look at the economic value of the tourism sector and the importance of it. The average
It's
Jamaican,
not just tourism, you know. I just mentioned tourism. That's just one of the industries we have.
But I'm telling you my experience, what I have seen, and I'm making a comparison with Negril versus Montego Bay. That one of the things that are being said is that the water in the hotel is consistent, but the water in the communities are inconsistent. And that's a problem. Here's another issue, Morland. I'm going to raise this point.
They have tanks, Chopper. They have tanks.
Who has tanks?
The hotels have tanks. Big tanks.
Good. The hotel have tanks. Well, can I say something to you? That the communities also have tanks. The community also have tanks, you know. Because in the constituency of St. James Central, there are several tanks in the communities. I'm talking about huge tanks that, to me, has the capacity to supply water through to the entire community. Now, here's an important part of it that we have to mention. And I'm going to, I have the videos of some of the tanks. So it's a pity we can't put them up now. But there are some tanks in central St. James, Morland, that has the capacity to carry the entire communities that are suffering from water now. These tanks have been neglected over the years. A lot of people don't recognize, you know, the damage that period in Jamaica has caused, because those tanks were installed way back in the 90s, early 90s, late 80s, thereabout. And they were neglected over a period of time. And as such, they are just sitting there now like dead concrete or dead metal.
Agreed,
and I'm saying that, boy, the task is heavy. It's heavy lifting for your government, you know. You're a member of parliament, so there's a thing called...
We're up for it. We're up for it, Chopper. That's why I said to you in my opening statement that this water challenge that we have, I'll put it like that, is a water challenge. It is something that this Labour Party government will fix. It will address.
A crisis, Mr. Wilson. It's a crisis.
You can describe it as that. I describe it as a challenge because when you look at what has already...
Yeah, we just lost Morland. He's going to be joining us back in a moment, guys. But this water is not just a challenge. It's a crisis because it's something that we've been around for nearly 30 years. Welcome back. We got Morland back. Yeah, you're back, MP.
Yes, sorry, it's the internet.
Yeah, man, I understand.
You know, when you look at what the plans are for the development of our water infrastructure, particularly in Westmoreland and the Western Hemisphere.
So tell us about that, yes.
You see, when the Rowan River Water Project that I mentioned earlier is long anticipated, and it's something that I am working closely with Minister Samuda to ensure that we start that project, you know, in haste, because that will solve a lot of the water issues that we have. We have other communities that have not seen water, like Moreland Hill. Right now, we are in the process of installing a water shop, you know, all courtesy of the local government minister, Honorable Desmond McKenzie, who visited the community. This is a community that is, we'd call it water deprived. You know, it's a term that was developed because, you know, persons in these communities don't have no form of water. And they have a similar catchment tank to what you mentioned. But because of how the government was run in the 90s and early 2000s, they were neglected for various reasons. The country never have any money on, you know, FinSac and all of that. So the country legitimately didn't have the capacity to do any form of infrastructure development. In fact, there was flight of capital. Now we see where Jamaica has a government that is actually making the economy make money, where we can reinvest in certain critical infrastructure. the demand is so great that we have to work overtime. And what we have as well is a public sector, a bureaucracy that is not as efficient and is not as responsive. So when you have a water situation like this, despite the government having some revenue to invest in our water infrastructure, the procurement and the process of getting the system from design to implementation, it is so long. It's years we're talking about here.
But Morland,
and as
the issue,
MP, we don't have years.
And
So
that
we
is
have
that
to
is it.
fix-
That and these are some of the things that I want young MP like you to don't just accept the status quo that it's okay for these programs to take years to come through. No, because there's absolutely no need. We're living in 2023. People want water. So
I agree.
NWC hierarchy need to get up off their butts, get cracking, and if it means working overtime, long hours, weekends, they must understand that this is a priority, and they have to get cracking, MP. It is
Yes,
people like you who is going to make the difference. Trust me.
I agree. I am aware as well. The Prime Minister had announced an enterprise team to look at NWC, and as I said, Chopper, I totally understand the years of neglect. People are demanding water now. Let's go back to the protest yesterday. Let's look at the legitimate part of the protest, not the political side. There are people there who said, boy, MP, at 30 years we don't have no water, 30 years. So we have a situation where persons are growing up, they're becoming 18, they're starting their family and their life, and there's no water. The Jamaican dream, you build a nice 2-story house and, go to church every Sunday, but you need water to live that Jamaican dream. So when I go into retreat, you have those persons who will come and they will express their genuine concern that, listen, MP, whatever you can do, we know it's hard, we know it's difficult, we know the other one never do anything, but whatever can be done, just try and do it. And since we're on retreat, I'll just mention that the progress that has been made in developing a water system for retreat, because the community that protest took place, there's water on the main road, but there's no water that goes into the community. And the reason for that, the community is on a hill, so it requires a lift pump. I got the property owner who's owned the land that the persons are living on to give us permission to use a section of that property for NWC to install a lift pump. That permission was obtained and submitted to NWC. We are now in discussion with the parish manager for Westmoreland to see how soon we can get some of those pipes that Minister Sumuda brought in to run in that particular community. So to get this water project going, it's a process of getting all the moving parts in place and ensuring that we have the resources and the commitment to ensure that we put water in these communities.
The pressure has to be, before you go, MP, the pressure has to be on the agency. The agency have a responsibility. You're not the expert. You don't know the amount of water it requires to carry your constituency, nor the city of the Grill, the town of the Grill. I don't know if you're aware of that. NWC has those numbers.
Yes.
NWC understand the logistics in bringing pipe water into the communities. You represent the people and other MPs. You guys have to start to apply pressure, not just to NWC at the national level, but start with the parishes. Because I believe, and a lot of persons believe, that because the NWC and because a lot of these agencies, let me just tell you this because a lot of people don't agree with it. I'm going to share something with you, and I'm quite certain you'll have seen it already. A lot of people, MP Wilson, is familiar with this, and I'm going to tell you why I want to play it. Because it's important for persons to understand why these agencies are the way they are. When they say civic committee, they never mean that alone. They mean the agencies too. Listen to this.
I challenged the business community to set up a civic committee, and it's called a civic committee, but I challenged the business community to set up a civic committee, and it's called a civic committee, but I made sure that it is full of PMP people. Deceitful. Because we have an agenda.
Seem to be having a little bit of challenge there. But you would have been familiar, and a lot of the persons in the audience are familiar with that clip where the opposition claimed to have set up civic committees, but they make sure that it was stuck with their people. And I challenge you today, and I put it to you, that a lot of the agencies in this country took the same format as those civic committees. Trust and believe. A lot of the problems that you're facing, MP, is because those entities took the same formation as those civic committee that Aluma Samba spoke about. I don't want to say anything more than that.
Well, Chopper, you hear from the horse's mouth.
Thank you, sir.
These are people, and it is demonstrated even yesterday in the protest. These are people who are hell bent on mayhem. They are not interested in development. They are not interested in the future of Jamaica. All they're interested in is power. At no point do you hear them come out stating in any uncertain terms what their plans are to help our people achieve Vision 2030, or to help our people become, a knowledge society, or to be a thought leader in any particular area. These are not people who have these conversations. These are people who are just interested in state power and the distribution of spoils. And yesterday, when the opposition councillor was there, they were quite comfortable having massive disruption on this major thoroughfare that leads into our tourist resort.
And they don't understand the implication of that.
They don't exactly. And when you see the hotel workers have to abandon a bus and try to get another vehicle to get to work, so they can keep the economy going. They don't understand the ramifications of their disruptive and vile behavior. And it goes to show, and I mean, even recently at their headquarters with the foul comments they made towards the journalists, this is the type of behavior that they would exhibit. And it's becoming, unfortunately, it's becoming a regular thing where they continue to demonstrate the worst of Jamaica. It's not the best. It is the worst. So even a statement like that should not be something that is being uttered from a leader, because she was a leader in this country. She was an MP. Uttered from a leader's lip. Because
you have it there to refer to, and I challenge you that some of the agencies and the reason why some of the reasons why we're having such difficulty with some of the agencies and implementing some of the policies and programs of this government is because the same issue of ensuring that those civic committees were set up in a particular way. It's the exact same model that was used to set up and to insert people and persons into the different state agency. Morland Wilson, we appreciate you, sir. We give you the last word.
Yes, I just want to, for those who are in retreat, who are listening, I would have said a bit about the plans that we have for the community. I would have said a bit about as well the Rowan River Water Project, but there are other projects that are coming on. The Prime Minister recently announced the issuing of tanks for water deprived areas. For persons who are listening and they are interested, you can always visit the constituency office at Manga Hall Square, which is that turn to go to the famous Jam West racetrack. Our offices are there, and you can sign up for one of the social tanks, and these tanks are designed specifically for persons who are in the water deprived areas that we would be focusing on. So residents of Westmoreland Western, your MP continues to work. Just to mention that we have done significant work on water projects in the constituency. We have lead pipes in Blackness. Blackness is now water secured. We are now currently laying pipes in a community called Egypt Gardens. These communities haven't had adequate, proper infrastructure as it relates to water. So while there is protest about water, it doesn't mean that you are not working. It just means that when you have an unfortunate coincidence of circumstances where NWC is not pumping water and you have political activism, you end up with major disruption to our economic activity in the constituency. So I will say I continue to represent the interests of the people. I continue to represent those that are wishing the best for Jamaica and for the constituency of Westmoreland Western.
All right. Thank you very much, MP Wilson, and all the best to you, sir.
All right.
We
Thanks, Chopper.
look forward to hearing from you again. Eh?
Show up every time.
Yeah, man. All right. So there you have it, folks. So that was MP Wilson, Member of Parliament for Westmoreland Western. We still have Dr. Wheatley, who is going to be joining us very shortly, and we will get his feedback on what's happening from a party standpoint. We're also going to have Dorlan H. Francis, the resident boss, they call him. He's going to be here to tell us why we're having these water issues. He's going to be able to tell you who is sabotaging the system. But I challenge you, and I will put it to anybody, that some of these agencies, perhaps not all, but some of these agencies persons were inserted in them in the same fashion that persons were installed at the at the civic committee level. So make no mistake. All right, so welcome back. We had a little bit of disturbance there. Internet just fell for a moment. But we're back. We're up. We're live. We're waiting to be joined by our good, hard-working Deputy Gensec, former mayor, former minister, former super minister, MP, Dr. Andrew Wheatley, and we have as well the man himself, Dorlan H. Francis, who's going to close us out. Dorlan will tell us how much water this country requires on a daily basis. Dorlan Francis will also tell us how many water treatment or water system is there in Jamaica, and how many were built by the JLP and how many were built by the other party. So stick and stay. We're going to come right back. And when we come back, we'll have Dr. Wheatley will join us. Stick and stay. We'll be right back.
Mr. Manley's association with Fidel Castro may be one of the prime reasons that many bankers have turned down his request for the borrowing capacity for Jamaica, why their tourism is at a low ebb, why the economy is on the brink of disaster. These are the prices sometimes people have to pay for their association with the wrong people.
Today in Manley's Jamaica, the wrong people assert more influence than the United States, or anyone else for that matter. Ulysses Estrada, the Cuban ambassador, has the biggest diplomatic staff in the country. It's said he's a senior officer in the Cuban Secret Service and was trained by the KGB. Here, he's visiting a school being built by a large Cuban workforce. It's part of a massive aid program which includes hospitals, clinics and nurseries. The money comes from Cuba. Cuba, in her turn, is subsidized by the Soviet Union.
There's no question in our...
It's time to come back. Back to adventurous. Being curious. Spontaneous. Back to where it all began. Dare to be bold. To be fantastic. Come back to the vibe that comes alive in Jamaica.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. We are waiting for our good friend Dr. Wheatley to reconnect, as he fell just now. We had that little break in our internet connection, and that would have kicked him off there. So, and we also have Dorlan H. Francis, who's going to join us. You know, Jamaica has a lot of water. Jamaica has a lot of water, requires a lot of water to keep us going. There's no shortage of water in Jamaica, folks. We have water. Jamaica has water. I don't think Jamaica has ever suffered from water shortage. What we've always had is a water distribution problem. And I am very confident, though, that this government has the ability and the capacity to deal with it, and to deal with it quickly. We just saw Dr. Wheatley just now, and I don't know what happened. Dr. Wheatley, you were just on a second ago, and we look around, you're gone. Let's see if we can get Dr. Wheatley back. Hang on a second here, Dr. Wheatley. Your video is paused. Yeah, there you go. Good.
Turn it on.
All right, so folks, we have Dr. Wheatley's on. Greetings to you, my friend.
Hey, Chopper, long time, man. All is well?
Long time, man. You've been a stranger, man. Stop being a stranger now, man.
No, man, I do my thing, man.
All right, folks, we have Dr. Wheatley with us. And, of course, there's a lot of stuff happening in and around the globe, not just in Jamaica. But I wanted to pull you in a little bit, Doc, because I have a difficulty. And sometimes when I have difficulty in understanding the landscape, I like to draw on persons, especially those with letters before or letters after their names. And for a man like you who understand the politics from the local level as a former mayor and an MP, former minister, you might be able to assist me, with my concern. The problem I have, Dr. Wheatley, is that Jamaica is developing. Jamaica is going great guns. A matter of fact, based on my research, this current administration, if everything worked and no interruption by next year, would have outdone the period of 1967 to 1972, when we recorded the highest economic growth of 18.01%. The highest build out of schools and infrastructure in Jamaica was done between that period. And I'm saying that if this holds, this current administration will surpass that period. So it means that Jamaica is going great guns, right? So the question I want to ask you, Dr. Wheatley, with all that said, why is it that there's this argument being made that the macro economy, we're not feeling it at the micro level? What's happening?
Okay, so, it is quite clear that the government of today is doing a lot of work in terms of building out the infrastructure, whether it is a roadway, parochial roads, arterial roads, and of course the toll roads, highways that are being built. Those developments have created some level of employment. Of course, most of those work are most for equipment and operators. So, and I start out by just outlining that. We are, from a fiscal perspective, we are very responsible. We have developed the proper fiscal policies. We are adhering to those fiscal policies. We have seen an increase in growth over the last couple of quarters, and so from a macro level, we are doing very well. I guess the IMF and the World Bank, they are pleased with our performance. So we are like a model country when it comes to those issues. The reality is, though, it would appear that there's a bottleneck or there is something choking the flow or the direct benefits of the macro economy to the
micro
man on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is, you know, despite what we may want to say as supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party, we also have to put ourselves in the shoes of the opposition when we were there, or we would be. We would always try to negate the work of the then government. We would always strategize to ensure that our argument, our perspective goes out there.
No, but that, can I just pause there for a second, Doc?
Because we all appreciate that it's politics. And
But
we will
Doc,
have to be criticized.
Can I cut you for a second?
We will have to be criticized. So we need to take that with a grain of salt and push out the positive out there to counter the negative and the propaganda.
But can I say this?
Question now about the where we are right now, why persons out there are concerned, why the poll result is as it is, or recently. You know, some of us are denying the reality that in fact the Jamaica Labour Party is behind. You know what I mean? Once you go there and you're on the street, you'll see that. But it is not a position that we will be staying in for much longer, because as the programs mature and develop, I believe surely we should start to see the impact at the micro level, at the grassroots level. And so what we have to ensure, Chopper, is that, you know, the macro growth, the macro benefit trickles down. Because the truth is, those persons that vote are really concerned about how things are impacting them at their level. You understand? So a businessman might feel good, yes, the economy will grow and all that stuff. You're building out highways, yes, good for connectivity. But the majority of persons that vote, at least 70% of the persons on the voters list, are not directly concerned about that. Yes, they would want to see the development, and they appreciate development. And of course, with the development, more opportunities come for them. But whenever you're talking about the grassroots politics, it is old. It is impacting the lives of the individual.
But Doc,
so for example, a businessman might support the party. They will give us donation. But how many of them are go out into the health center, or high school, or primary school, or community center, or stand up by the sun to vote?
Doc,
that is the reality of the politics, right? And so what we have to hope for is that come next year, or even later on this year, the rippling effect of the macroeconomic achievement reaches the man on the ground, who in essence drives growth, you know, because, you know, when persons in that strata have money, income to turn over, you see even more growth taking place, because they are more into purchasing stuff, getting stuff done, you know, going to their parties,
hang on a second there,
their kids, you know, food, those bits, you'll see more money in circulation, and you'll see an even greater growth in the economy.
All right, so let me find. Are you hearing me now, Doc? Are you hearing me now, Doc? Yes, are you hearing me now?
I wasn't hearing the chopper.
All right, good. So now I'm hearing you loud and clear, because I wanted to interrupt you. And here's why I wanted to interrupt you, because I understand the point that you're making, and it's a valid point, but I want to challenge that position. And here's how I want to challenge that position.
All right.
Because the policies that are being developed now in front of all of our eyes, this is not something that only persons from Miami Herald and persons from the IMF and persons from the IDB and persons from World Bank, those are not the only persons seeing it. It is right here in front of us. We know that we have seen programs developed that impact the lives of the common man. So I don't know about waiting until. There's no until. It's happening now. My concern is, how do we explain to people that your life is actually better than than it was 10, 15 years ago. There's no waiting. It's happening now.
All right, so Chopper, let me just...
Hold on a second, Doc. All of these initiatives, how is it that we are boasting the lowest unemployment rate in Jamaica? We are collecting more revenue than we have ever collected in the history. Where is it coming from? It must be the same people. So I do not agree with the position taken, not just by you, Doc. There are others who take the same position, that things are not touching one man. I disagree with it. Because whatever is affecting the outcome at the lower level is not a Jamaica thing. For example, the man who is earning now because he's now employed and his money is not reaching the full capacity in terms of what it can purchase. That's not a bad policy issue with Jamaica. That's a global inflation policy. So that's why I'm saying to us, how do we go on the ground to explain to the common man, not to tell the common man that something is coming in another few years that will trickle down and reach you, because it's already here. How the common man will appreciate that global inflation is eating up his or her money, even if they got 300% increase, global inflation is eating out a part of it. That is where I think the rubber hits the road. That is that about?
Well, no, you're correct in terms of the impact of inflation worldwide and the economies of countries and the lives of citizens of these countries. But you know, let me just tell you something about unemployment rate. I beg to differ as relates to the unemployment rate. Because the methodology that we employ does not really capture the true Jamaica situation, because we are looking, we are using the model or the formula that first world developed countries are using to gauge unemployment. And I believe in our case, we miss a lot of persons. For example, unemployment rate is measured as the percentage of persons who go out and seek job, and those that are not employed, right? In the process. That doesn't mean that we do have a lot of unemployment. That is the formula that we use, and that is the developed world for a formula, for example, Britain and the US and Canada. And that is why, you know, let me just tell you something. I want to be very frank with it. You see politics, Chopper.
Yeah.
It's not a talking thing. It's not just a numbers thing you talk about. Economy growth. No. Economy growth, yes. And it's very good. And the government is doing well when it comes to that. But, so we are doing well as it relates to governance. You know what I mean? But the truth is, go into, you're in Montego Bay. Go into any one of ERI communities.
Yes.
Right? You go in inner city communities where most of the ERI vote come from.
Yes.
And you come tell me, say the people feel the effect of growth, as you put
it. Feeling it.
And unemployment. And unemployment rate is whatever, very low.
Well, what I can tell you,
good on paper, but when you go out there,
but what I can tell you is that most of the people.
Hold on. First and foremost, there's not a lot of job opportunities out there. Me can't tell you that.
Where?
Hold on, man. Listen.
Where?
I have persons come to my constituency, want to work.
Now, what's up you right now? Because I need about a total of 50 workers. Construction workers, masons, carpenters.
Well, yeah, man, you can't send them. So you want to know, Chopper.
Right now.
You remember said my people in the St. Catherine, you know.
Send them come, me hold them.
Accommodate them in St. James.
We find place put them. Me have people from Kingston. Matter of fact, they have a guy from here. I think he's from here.
I know the guy from here. I know that youth there. I know that youth there.
You know him. He can't tell me so here call them come from, you know.
Yeah, so, but me I tell you about the majority does listen. Well, I know, man, Chopper. You have a lot of people. Every day I see job in my constituency. And I don't even know where to direct them. And I'm not just talking about person who want labor work. Qualified persons come out of university, can't find job.
Every day
a lot of them go through university, can't get job. You have ladies who go do this you call it practical nursing course. I start telling them to stop do that, man. Forget about practical nursing. No job that they have for practical nurse. That's what serious means. I'm forthright here with my people. Because they can't get a job.
Who said that? That's not true. That's not true.
Send them over the hospital. Well, on, man. Send them over the hospital. Spanish one hospital. Them can't get no work over there. The infirmary. Spanish one infirmary. Full to capacity. The golden age homes them are closed down because people can't find money for hours there. Mr. Tell you, this is my reality. That's my reality. I want one day to come to my constituency and go on the ground and feel it. It's just that the people them loyal, you know.
You know me I come verify that. Because listen to me, brethren. I am not saying not saying that things are perfect, you know. But what I'm saying to you, most of the persons who I have seen who are unemployed, they're unemployed not because they cannot get a job. Most of them, not all, most of them are unemployed because they do not want to work.
Yeah, but there are some persons actually don't want to work.
Very few.
There are some persons like that. A lot of persons don't really want to work. And they're looking at, say, for example, how much money they might get, you know, based on the effort.
But you're not getting $1 and you're telling me about you want to decide how much you get?
That is the reality. That is the reality.
$100.
They're rather big.
Minimum wage. You don't want to work minimum wage. Some of these people want to get the salary of the Chief Justice and they never spend a day in school.
Governor General salary them want, man.
Yes, they want Mr. Wheatley. We have Dr. I call him Mr. Wheatley. We have to face some reality in the brethren.
No.
These people don't want to work.
All right, so Chopper, look, you know, so, all right, listen up. So I have outlined the issues on the ground in terms of what the man on the ground is experiencing.
You know, buy it wholesale. Me can't.
No. So listen, I believe that, Chopper, let us accept it and now devise strategies.
Me not accept it because it is not true.
All right.
And that is our problem. We're accepting PNP narrative.
No. In this instance, this is not a PNP narrative.
It is not true. It is not true. The unemployment rate is not a fallacy. It is a reality. People are employed. You know how many persons I know in Heroes constituency who 2 years ago never have a job. And today they have a job, they have a vehicle, they have saving and them life change. Who leap? You know how many persons I know.
Listen, so I do hope you realize that what is happening in that constituency is not the same for all the other constituencies.
I agree with that too.
You have a number of different programs taking place in that constituency. For one, in St. James, you have hotels, you have the expansion of the road network, the highway coming down that side here. So you have a lot of development taking place there. So you'll have more opportunities, employment opportunities.
St. Catherine have the same opportunities. St. Catherine no hose. St. Catherine between Kingston and St. Andrew and St. Catherine, the build out of the logistics hub at the wharf is the largest in the Caribbean. There's employment there. Me said the people who you're talking about, Dr. Wheatley, respectfully, them no wanna work. They don't want to work. They do not want a job.
All right, well, Papa, listen. If that is your belief, nothing is wrong with that. And there's some truth, there's some merit to that. I will agree with you that quite a number of persons who say they want a job and want work, they don't really want to work. I will agree with you there.
A man come to my brethren just last week, or a week before, the week before last, and he said to him called him and said, boy, me look at $5,000. The brethren called me and said, Chopper, me have a mason here so now. I check me for your money. You have any job up at the place there where you can refer him to? Me say, yes. No, me say, no. Me don't need no mason now. Me only need carpenter. The man said to me, but you know, say most mason can actually do carpenter work. Me say, yeah. He said, sorry, send him come. The gentleman spoke to the man and said, boy, me talk to some occurred and him said, we send you come. And we see him can find up stuff for you. The man said the truth, you know, boss, you know, say, I never really know work me want, and the $5,000 me that check you for.
That is a reality.
That kind of joke.
No, that's
But
no.
look here, I don't work really want it. That's 5 grand to want.
You want the easy way out. You
Yeah,
want
want
look
easy
for
way.
moments.
You want the easy way out. You want
Yeah,
the
man.
easy way out. But
But as
no,
I
man,
said,
a lot of
Chopper,
these folks, they don't want to work, that. Believe me.
all right. Listen,
They don't want
but
to
it's
work.
those persons who want work, we have to do our best we can find some opportunities for them. And that
Yeah,
is
man, we have to create
by,
more. We have to create more, you know?
it's a mixed bag where you have those persons who generally want work. You have some persons who don't want work, they just want to hustle, they want a food for the day. You understand? And of course, there are some persons who want work and are not qualified for the work that they say them want.
True, that is true.
Right?
Yeah.
So what we have to do is one, we have a number of training programs going on. We have to
Yes.
start some more empowerment.
You, while you were a minister, you know, you had a program, a training program that was extremely instrumental in getting young people up and running, you know. You remember that program?
Oh, the technology advancement program.
Yes.
Oh,
the top program. Yes.
That program in its first year attracted some 1,000 young people. It was called Top 1,000.
Yes.
And then vision that the following year would have called it to Top 2,000, going expand to some 2,000 young people between the age of 18 to 35. And that was really geared towards empowering young people. And while at the same time, you know, you're training them to become more abreast of the technology and open up their own innovative potential. You know, we were giving them a stipend at the same time. Because, you know, we have to look at this thing from a holistic perspective. You know? When a child or a person leave fifth form, 16, 17, 18 years old, or sixth form, the truth is, the parent, unless they can afford it, will stop financing that child, right? Or young man, young woman. Some of them may even gotten to a stage where they dropped out of school because of pregnancy, peer pressure, you name it.
Yes.
And oftentimes when we find people find themselves in that situation, they just start to look down, going down in the spiral rather than trying. It takes a significant amount of energy and strength
to bring them back up.
Confidence to go back into school or, you know, back to life so that, yes, you have a child, but you have to, you know, develop yourself so that you can provide better for your child and yourself, you know. So the top 1,000 sought to capture those persons from challenged community, not so challenged communities, you know, to get our people ready for what we are seeing today from a technological perspective. And so, you know, all of this was geared towards making Jamaica ready. You know, I have a different opinion than most as it relates to the BPO. The BPO is good, but the jobs that we are getting from the BPO, we need Jamaica to be more than just the call center type of BPO stuff.
But I think there's a push afoot to get more meaningful.
That's what the higher paying jobs or services that a BPO can offer. You know, I don't know where we are right now, but that was something that, you know, I was very concerned about. But from a technological perspective, we have to do more to train our young people and our people in general. You know, we have to start to think ahead. Our people are so creative. Even the mere fact that they order scam is creativity, you know. But we have to earn that creativity for positive.
It is.
You know,
it is creativity.
So what we, as a government, we have to just put in some more effort. We have a lot of things on the plate. We are doing a lot. And we'll always get criticism. What we have to do is to look at the criticisms that are positive criticism and try to address those. The negative criticism that really have no merit, we have to just move past that and just continue, all our heads down and just do the work. You understand?
Right.
It is politics.
Yes.
Politics.
Well, you are the deputy gen sec, correct?
Correct.
Good, and that's a powerful position, Dr. Wheatley. It's a powerful position in any government, and you.
So Chopper.
Yes.
I want to use opportunity to tell us something. You know.
Yes.
The government and the party different, you know.
Well, that's true. That's why I'm bringing you now to the party.
Right. So
we're going politics now for a quick minute before we bring on
two different things.
Well, just know you're talking government.
But party is more politics. Government.
So I'm going to bring you now to party to save yourself, you know, because they're beating you up in the comments here. You know, all your good friends, they will love you so much. I said, what Dr. Wheatley, I said. But we're going to bring him into his comfort zone now, into the politics as a deputy gen sec. Dr. Wheatley, if an election were to be called tomorrow, are we ready?
We are not ready for an election. We are at midterm, coming to the end of a third term. So we have 2 years before the next general election is due. General election. We have ensured we have tried to maintain the structure at the constituency and the divisional level in all the constituency, and I must say that structure is in place. So we are ready at that from that perspective. Now, when you are looking for going into an election, it's a different type of readiness.
No, but the responsibility of the general secretary and the party chair is to ensure that the party machinery is ready.
No, so I'm explaining that to you. So the structure of the party, the organs of the party at the constituency and divisional level are all intact. We are going through a phase now of auditing and assessing and putting in place remedies if we find deficiencies. That is how a political party operates. So we are going into a phase right now. In fact, we have started this phase of assessing the seats. We have 63 constituencies that we audit annually, and so we're going through that phase right now, preparing ourselves. Though we're going to the next level of preparation, you know. So listen, we are always ready for the election, but we are now at a phase we have to fine-tune the machine. We have to fine-tune the machine. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, Chopper. So, you know, the life of a government is that you start and you come out of an election, a general election, you win the general election, you allow governance to take place, to ensure that the party is still there in case that you need to call a snap election. Yes, we are ready. You know, we have all our candidates more or less in place at all levels. So we are ready from that perspective. Our workers are in place. But now what we have to do now is to work on the messaging component of our preparation, as well as fine-tuning the political machinery. And we are going through that process right now of fine-tuning the political machinery. So come November at conference, we will be ready to call an election, whether general or local. Chopper, not here, Chopper.
Yeah, sorry about that, Doc. So at least by conference, we should be in a position where if an election were to be called, we would be ready.
But that don't mean somebody decide to call a snap election, we're going to lose it, you know.
I know we couldn't lose. I mean, I don't want to ask you if an election were to be called tomorrow, how many seats we're going to win. I'm not going to ask you that because
I'm not God.
Well, God won't be voting, you know. So and he won't be campaigning either. So. But Dr. Wheatley, as always, man, you know it's always good for rap with the eye. Love with the culture and give us your honest opinion. And that is the thing about you. When we reason and bring the politics, you give me your honest views. And I know all the time you agree, but I don't say it go. Your perspective is respected and appreciate it, my brother.
Oh,
We give the last word.
Well, you know, I want labor rights in particular to not get covered or worried about what is happening around us.
Yes.
You know, politics, a day politics is a lifetime, as is always said. What we need to do now is recommit ourselves to the party and to the country. We can't sit on the fence anymore and just criticize. Try to make in your community, you know, among your friends or your party, you drink with, you laugh with. You have to start to become the messenger more now than ever, because the political landscape has changed. It is very dynamic. Traditional communication methodology will not suffice. We have to look at what is happening around us from a communication perspective, and ensure that we are on all platforms. We are in every space. You know, at the grassroots level, we are there. In on social media, we should be there. Like what you're doing, Chopper. I mean, commendable work. You and your team, your followers. You know, you have very constructive discussions on this platform. And the message is very clear. At the end of the day, you always find a way to pass something that we can disseminate, and you break it down in a way that the average Joe get it. And I think that is where we have to break down all the achievements to the level where even my dog I walk past on the road, him understand it. He a woof woof.
Know what the time it is.
That's it. So we you know, we are good at we have done an excellent job at governance. Now we need to improve politics.
Got you. And you know that which you just said there, Doc, is the note on which we're going to close. But I appreciate it. You said we have done governance. Now it's time to do politics. There are others, you know, Doc, who would say we must develop the ability to walk and chew gum, meaning we must do both at the same time.
I agree.
I tend to differ a little bit, because the truth is the PNP has been campaigning from 2019. They campaign going into the 2020 election, and they have not stopped. And what a lot of Jamaicans would probably want, labor rights on a whole, would want to see the government going toe-to-toe in campaigning. And the truth is, Jamaica need a breathing space. Jamaica need to grow, develop, and get things on track. So I agree with you, Doc.
And that's why I said that the party, we're cranking up our machinery. Couple of months. We 2 weeks ago we had operations council, or a week ago. And coming out of operation council is that we are now moving to the next phase, the dry phase in politics. So you'll be seeing a lot of activities taking place over the next couple of weeks, months leading up to the 8th. In fact, you know, Sunday coming, Saturday coming.
Yes, I meant to talk about that too. Yes.
80th anniversary.
Yes.
July.
Jamaica.
So you're having a
JP
number.
80.
You have a number.
What are some of the plans?
Yes, we have a number of events at the local level, division, at the constituency level, at the area council level. Meetings, ceremonies, church services, award ceremonies and functions to acknowledge those who have served, you know, or like say 30 years, 40 years in the business, 70 years, we can find someone who served years. But that person would have been anywhere near 80 or over 80, 90. You know, those persons who have committed themselves, their lives to the party and to Jamaica. And so, we you know, we'll be having a lot of that. So you'll be seeing us more out there in the space. We will be putting out there the achievements of the government. And, you know, I am sure once we package the message the right way, it will resonate. And I'm sure whenever an election is called, we will be ready and we will be victorious.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All the best to you, Doc.
Blessings, Chopper.
Yeah, man. Enough respect. All All right, folks. So that was Dr. Andrew Wheatley. Boy, you guys are brutal out there in the comment section. I tell you, what a brutal, you know. Dorlan H. Francis, the man who will not mince any words. He will explain to you why we have in these water crisis, the amount of water Jamaica needs, how much water has been, how much of these water treatment system and water systems that were built by the PNP, how many were built by our colonial masters, and how many were built by the JLP. He will explain to you why we are where we are today, where water is concerned. Dorlan H. Francis will join us. Stick and stay. We'll be right back.
What the world needs now is more than a vacation. We need to come back to feeling our best selves again. Back to inviting. Back to caring. Back to life. Back to the little bit of Jamaica that's inside all of us. Come back to being lively again. Back to laid back. Back to romantic. Back to fantastic. Come back to making the best decisions you've ever made. Because, hey, we're in Jamaica. Come back to mouth-watering, heart-pumping, breathtaking. It's time, don't you think? Come back to the vibe that comes alive in Jamaica.
And development partners in the process to achieve and benefit. Vision 2030 Jamaica is geared towards engaging all Jamaicans and development partners in the process to achieve and benefit from sustainable and inclusive development. The achievement of the 4 goals and 15 national outcomes will result in a vibrant and internationally competitive economy, a secure and cohesive society, a healthy natural environment, a high level of human capital development, and greater opportunities for social and economic mobility and prosperity. In this video, we will be showing you all about Jamaica's development, Vision 2030, and the evolution of Jamaica's projects. Before we start, don't forget to share the video and subscribe to the channel. One of the most important current projects in Jamaica in 2023, Arban Road Improvement Project, Hotel Development, Energy Industry with Renewables, Port Expansion Kingston, Southern Coastal Highway, the vision of a global logistic hub, construction largest bridge in Jamaica. Vision 2030 Jamaica is broad-based in scope, nonpartisan and inclusive, the recipient of input from the public and private sectors, trade unions, NGOs, external agencies, and the plan provides dynamism and flexibility. This framework for implementation facilitates environment and in governance, and greater opportunities for social.
With Photo Vibrance, you can transform any photo into a mesmerizing moving image in just a few clicks.
From snowy retreats to sandy islands, the city of the future is underway. New satellite images have revealed a bird's-eye view of the rise of Saudi Arabia's fire.
All right, folks, we're not in Saudi Arabia. We're actually right here in beautiful Jamaica. And as we promised, we're going to have the man himself, Dorlan H. Francis. Like I said to you, he won't mince words. He will tell you why we are where we are. We had before, Dorlan, we had MP for Westmoreland, Morland Wilson, and we had Dr. Andrew Wheatley. Dorlan H. Francis, my friend.
Jump on, you know. Tell me something.
Hold on a second. You have a really noisy background here, Dorlan. Hold on, man. You have a noisy background there.
All right, sir. Let me get rid of the noise.
Let's get Dorlan's background there, folks. And get him organized. Claudette Wright, how you doing? Denzel Myers, my good friend. I greet you well. I trust that all is well on your side of town. Donald Divey Martin, big up yourself. Enough respect to you. Arthur, what's going on with you? Lennox Brown, I greet you well, my friend. Godfrey Campbell, Enough respect to you. Shanti Johnson, what's going on? All right, folks. So Dorlan H. Francis is back with us. DHF, my friend. How are you?
K-E-N.
DHF Ken.
Yes.
Dorlan H.
Yes,
Francis
yes.
is in the building, folks. And we had Dr. Wheatley on. I know you would have heard Dr. Wheatley.
I want to hear you rough up my friend, you know.
I'm a friend, man.
MP Morland Wilson. MP, you yell up yourself. You did well.
Yes.
Although, look, let me tell you something. Election have consequences.
Yes.
And when people have been voting for incompetent government for 30 odd years, they must live with the consequence. And then I have to come try to shake down a young, thriving member of parliament. You understand? A PNP run Westmoreland for nearly 50 years. And where's the water that they provide for the people down there?
I don't know. You tell me.
Where's the water? Let me tell you, see Roaring River, they build Roaring River. It produces 3 million gallons of water per day. And them were the one who built Lagwood. Right? It produced 3.6 million gallons per day. And they also built the Bullstrode system. Another token must be about 1.8 million gallons per day that produce. Right? So those were the kind of tokenism that the PNP water development in Jamaica. And now the current them crying for water. Election have consequence. You vote for PNP, you live with what PNP can provide you. That's what you do. Live with what PNP provide. And now come try rough up the young man.
Yes.
I mean, you're there with PNP for much years. And then all of a sudden you want everything to be hunky-dory.
Dorlan, go a little bit to your right. I want it to be center in your screen there. Go a little bit to your right. Because I don't want the audience to miss a thing. Yes, to your right. The whole chair with you, man. Bring the whole chair with you, man. Bring everybody to your right a little notch there.
So you want me too far left?
Yes, man. Too far left, but I want you a little bit center right.
You know, I'm a progressive, you know.
Remember, we are right-wing people, you know. We're not far right.
I'm a progressive. I'm for the people. You know, yes. I wanted to play the Youth Corporation, Freedom for the Stallion.
But listen, before you get to Freedom of the Stallion, listen to this. Dorlan, there's a water crisis in Jamaica. Doesn't matter how we slice it and dice it. Jamaica has a water problem.
Yeah, we have a water problem. Yes. Thanks to the PNP.
Okay.
Right?
Well, tell us why.
That's a party that would rather build a standpipe at an informal settlement to get votes. They will build standpipe. Anyway, you have 200 people living, then go build a standpipe there.
So are you attributing the standpipes throughout Jamaica as a PNP initiative?
Most of them. They can't take a bow there. There are standpipe party that provide encouragement and comfort for informal settlement. And they would rather build one standpipe to serve 200 people than to put in a serious water infrastructure system. There is not a single major water system built by the PNP in Jamaica, you know. Really? Not a single major one.
Who built Hermitage?
Hermitage was built, I think it was 1927 to open.
So the colonial master built that?
Colonial powers built Hermitage. The Royal Corby system, which was our first organized water system, was built by the colonial power. 1876, they built that.
Who built Mona?
Huh?
Mona.
Okay, fine. The colonial power authorized the building, but it was done on Buster's watch. It started 1944.
Yes.
And was completed 46. It was fully filled by 48.
When I tell these people that I'm bringing Dorlan H. Francis on to tell us and to bring us up to speed where water is concerned in this country. You see, so we're not joke. Because we know Dorlan have the history and who built out the water. How much water does Jamaica need to carry us through on a daily basis?
We need 200 million gallons per day.
How much?
200 million gallons per day.
Stick up in. Of that 200 million, if we were to attribute a portion of it to the PNP, how much would you attribute?
About 20 million gallons per day.
Out of 200 million?
Yes.
So you're saying Jamaica uses approximately 200 million gallons of water per day. And from that, the PNP would have built just about 20 million.
And that was very generous. I wasn't able to check up all the little standpipe that they set up. Right? But you know, like here's pumping station that it generate about 1.something million.
Yes.
You know, that the man they build Roaring River, and that the man they build the lagoon, the same lagoon there that Morland was talking about. That the man they build that. Yeah. Right? I think Bullstrode was built. I don't know if Michael man they built the Bullstrode system in Westmoreland there.
In Westmoreland,
but yes. That's all they build. Let me tell you something. Westmoreland is a land, is a parish of water.
Yes.
Have you ever gone by Roaring River?
Yes.
Have you ever seen the Cabarita River?
Yes.
Westmoreland is a land of water. Westmoreland is flat. You know the problem pumping water. Westmoreland should not be having any water problem. What Westmoreland is a problem of political representation. They have been voting PNP for far too long. And like I said, election has consequence. They're lucky they're going to get water to drink now. If you're PNP alone, I'm dead for thirst.
I'm not laughing, folks. It is just amazing that, Dorlan, you could have brought that to the fold and bring a better understanding, because I am here attributing the issue to governance overall, but you have now placed it into perspective, and you are saying that the water issue in Westmoreland is not just a water issue, it's a representation, it's a PNP issue.
It's a PNP problem. Anywhere where PNP dominate for long, the people suffer. It is as plain as day. I know all these guys were going to take him in Posa chop down tree. Why? Is him little brother going to run through? What him so anxious to get back PNP in power for? Look, man, let me just get a little synopsis of water in Jamaica. Yes. Right? Yes. You see, every major system in the corporate here was built by the Labour Party. Every major system. The PNP now build one system that provide water for the corporate era. You can imagine that. And the PNP share power time with JLP. The PNP has been in power for 39 years. The JLP has been in power for 40. And every major water system in the corporate era was built by the Labour Party or the colonial powers. Right? When Shearer built the Tullow system in 1967, Shearer, great mighty Shearer, built Tullow system, right? And he built the ferry pumping station, and then build those tanks. When you come out by 6 Mile and you look across a ferry over the hill, and Shearer built them tanks there. That supplied the era there. And that Tullow system generate 12.6 million gallons of water per day. 12.6, that is how Labour Party. 12.6, that is how Labour Party move. And when you look at the study that was done for that system, the man them say the Tullow Spring, which was commissioned, I think around about 68. It started 667. They said the Tullow Spring would have provided the corporate area with sufficient water until 1976. 1976. So that is how the Labour Party go about business, right? But from 67, man, them start building, you know, and then build a system that will meet the water needs for the corporate era until 1976. What happened in 1976?
They declare a state of emergency, lock up their opponent, call an election, and won.
Yes, and the wickedest prime minister of Jamaica was in charge. And rather than taking the projection, recognizing that we're going to need water, the water that will labor right produce would have been adequate and would have served the people of the corporate era until 1976. Instead, what Michael Manley did, went to Cuba to case out micro dams.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yeah, man, they lick them with the micro dam.
Yeah, man.
You know, in that song written by Neville Martin,
yes.
All the stuff that they named in the song, that's one of the initiatives I was proud to say. It was an initiative by the Prime Minister of Jamaica at the time, the Right Honorable, who was it? Michael Manley. Yes.
Yes.
How was it?
Microdam.
Hit them with the microdam.
Yeah, microdam, man. That is what we had moved from. After Shera Bill Tolo Spring, I generate 12.8 million gallons of water per day.
You come with microdam that is equivalent to to 2 black tank.
Yeah, maybe a standpipe on a gully bank. You know, Jamaica people, you see all them guys that are West one, me glad me not down there, you know, because I'm not getting at their face. You understand? Because I don't know where them come harass the young MP for. What them did want him to do? Huh? The young man has been in the office for what, 2.5 years?
Yes.
And he want them to come solve all the water need when them sit down there with PNP down there doing nothing. And then hug it up. Election have consequence and you live with the consequence. That's what people need to know that. And I'm cautioning Jamaica people, don't fall fool with your future. Don't fall fool with your future. Because you have nothing to get from the people. Look, you know the water crisis. All right, let me show you something. You see Tolo Spring? Tolo built by labor, but built by thing. You know who had to come rehabilitate it? At another humongous cut of money, you know, because to rehabilitate those systems almost like putting in a new system, you know.
Yeah, man. Oh,
but
yeah.
The truth of the matter is that a water system really lasts about 30 years, you know. You're lucky if you get 50 out of it, you know.
Yes.
And the Tolo system was going well on almost 50 years because the 207 rules started the rehabilitation. He did a comprehensive study and figure it out. You know how much projects can be, it's in the whole of Plantation Heights, whole of Belvedere. Yeah? You see, when Hardy was Minister of, I think, Industry, the man had a plan for downtown Kingston. Right? I think there was a 4-tower high-rise, about 10-story high each. And there is supposed to be a marina. A marina where people would dock them yacht and all them something there. And guess what happened to that plan?
How to shelve it?
Park. Why?
Not in adequate water supply, not in the city.
No water or sewage.
Yes.
No water or sewage. And a lot of housing.
That's why we weren't able to authorize any high-rise building back under the PNP as well.
Yeah. And still, let me tell you something, man. The building that is going on now, impressive as it is.
Yes.
It's you ever have a bad racehorse and them go out there and can't release the rain.
Yeah.
You must have him under rain. And you know why the construction sector of Kingston especially have to be under rains? Because you don't have the water support backup and you don't have the sewage to go with it. Right? And why we don't have those things? Because we were I don't know, I'd rather say we were cursed by having a party that only care about building standpipe on the gully bank. And we had them for 18.5 years, and then shortly after that we got them for 4 more years, and they were there for 23 years.
You call them the standpipe government?
The standpipe government, right? So okay. So we build Labour Party build the Tullow Spring, and then Bruce had to come rehabilitate it the other day. People should have remember Bruce for that, because right now you see we are talking about water. If Bruce never did do that, we'd have find out.
Well, you have Pamela Lodge here.
You would know where water walk up pumpkin belly.
Pumpkin belly. I wanted to respond.
Bruce never did rehabilitate that water system when it did. And then I wanted to know, right now, our current Prime Minister is rehabilitating and expanding the system, you know. I think almost 300 million them spending, putting in some 30-inch pipe, you know. The lot was fall to a Labour Party government.
But Dorlan, right? Are you aware of what happened with the Mandela mine that came down from Mona? That run along Washington Boulevard coming out to in your constituency?
Yeah, I think it's part of the Tullow Spring system that, you know.
And it was not connected, you remember?
Right. Oh yeah. Them run some I never connect them and all of that. I suppose they were gonna issue another contract for the whole system.
Well, Pamela Lodge is saying that she lives in Olive Park, down in Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth, Northeast St. Elizabeth, the constituency of Delroy Slowly. And she's saying that she can't get the water up there.
Well, you know, let me tell you, I sympathize with her, but the water problem should be laid squarely at the feet.
Was held by the PNP for over 30 years.
There you go. That's a logical hallmark of a PNP constituency. Lack of infrastructure, lack of everything, and you look decrepit, you know, like a Central Kingston. Sorry, Central Kingston. I don't need to pick on you. I used to live around there, though. It was a time when that place was a beautiful place, but yeah. So this is what happened. I mean, you see that these are the kind of games, and we fall for silly tricks. When things like water, now we don't know where we're getting water from, huh? Okay, so the plan for the cooperative and country folks, me a countryman, but no. Let me just focus on Kingston for a while. When Shera built the system, it was there to provide water until 76. Yeah. From 76, we had the misfortune of having Michael Manley there. While him can do a think up lie about state of emergency, think up lie him how kill people of Green Bay and all those things, rather than how to move the country forward. And then, fortunately, the people voted out Michael Manley, voting Eddie Seaga. And like I say, election has consequences. What did Eddie Seaga do? Eddie Seaga came in with the Yalas pipeline. You don't listen to me, Chopper.
Yeah. Oh, yes, man. Yes.
Yalas pipeline produced 25 million gallons of water per day.
Not 2.5 or 1.5.
I mean, the little one. Sometimes, you know, sometimes them about some coming down to 1 million, you know, like 1,700 and a little deep well somewhere, you know. a little deep well. Yeah, somewhere. A general little token. Yeah, because them think about, you know, about you know, maybe this can go to about for informal community where we can get about 2,000 votes, you know. That's how they think. That's the line they think along. They don't think about how they develop the country. And the remarkable thing about Yalas pipeline, you know, say that pipeline was built as it was being designed.
Yes.
Me tell you, when me see Eddie Seaga at work, I'm in awe.
Yes.
And when me tell people say, "Him a me idol," me no shame.
You feel proud.
Him was a genius. You know how man they will get them water.
They get
at the same time during the 1980s, you know, Eddie Seaga provide Mandeville water. You know, now Mandeville is the biggest challenge the problem water in the country. You know, some Mandeville on the river. You know, and Mandeville Mandeville not a river.
Say that again. You hear that, folks?
Well, he probably have a little stream somewhere there. I think I remember reading Jones' book, and it mentioned a little stream somewhere there. But you know, no major river.
You're talking about Joan Williams, right?
Yeah, man, he ain't Joan. I'm a good friend. Get up, Joan.
That's a book. That book that you wrote about the.
Yeah, I got a copy of it. Come on, I have a copy.
Yes,
yeah, man, and she was the first one we mentioned. Say, man, they really have a little stream up there, and they really never. But it basically don't have no river of consequence, right?
Yeah.
And then Mandeville is on a hill, right? And me I tell you, when we see where Eddie build the Mandeville water system, because same time when he build Yala, he build Mandeville water system, you know. From Pepper, the water was pumped from Pepper and pump up that hill there. Yeah, and I tell you that, I mean, when one of the engineer work on it, and he was a hydraulics, you know what I mean, dealing with water engineering. And when the man show how the thing have to build in a man. Because I think a tree lift them have to do it, you know, them pump it towards them and then pump it to another place and they lift it until it reach Mandeville, right? And Eddie Siaga and the Labour Party is who make Mandeville have water. You understand? Eddie Siaga and the Labour Party provide the Yalas pipeline that generate 25 million gallons per day. When the river run low, it might come in at about 20 million gallons. But you just try and imagine corporate here without Yalas pipeline and the Tullow Spring system. And then you see what we would have to drink salt water. And the Jamaica people need to understand that.
On another note, though, Darlan, Jamaica doesn't seem to have a shortage of water. We have a distribution problem.
Well, yeah, we have a distribution problem. And yeah, by the way, I never sent you that water plant?
No, yes. No, you did not. You did not.
Yeah, I need to send it to you. Are the CBs develop, you know? Are the American guys them do it, you know? And when we see it, you know, we say, when am I know about Jamaica, so? So them are dangerous. And it was a comprehensive plan that would, and as a matter of fact, they have a plan.
Darlan, tell everybody what you're talking about. You promised to send me a document that consists of a study that was done by the Marines, the US Marines.
The American Marines. But it was ordered by Edward Siaga. Eddie Siaga map and know everywhere we water in Jamaica. He know about all the aquifers. Because right now most of our water is in aquifers, you know.
Yes.
Right? And him know how we can get it and all that kind of thing. But you know, so I'm see Prime Minister mentioned, I don't remember him call a scheme there. I have a name to it, but we know it was the same scheme that the Labour Party was going to build just before the people, I mean, their wisdom, vote the party out of power. They were going to build a scheme, you know, where they was going to get water from Plantain Garden River and the Wagwater River too, and pump it over the Blue Mountain and make it.
St. Catherine.
No, Wagwater is up in the hills. Yeah, St. I think it was St. Andrew Cemetery. Yeah. And they were gonna pump that system up the hill and make it gravity feed down, drive a generator that will generate 800 megawatts. 800 megawatts of power. And then supply water to the corporate area. And that is what Labour Party, Shearer Labour Party left for Michael Manley. Instead, him run gone to Cuba and applaud the workings of micro dams. So then go find money and build that, right? And that is the same one. The other day it was revised and it came back at a cost of 800. Was it 800 million? I think 800 million US to build it now. And you don't remember the water system that the Prime Minister spoke about in this year presentation.
Yes.
Because the one thing the Labour Party know how to develop people and places
and country,
and they know what is essential to life.
Absolutely.
Right? And I know that water is essential to life. and the Prime Minister mentioned about a system. I think it's gonna come from up in the Yellows. You see where Yellows pipeline originated from?
Yes.
But that is the same scheme he was thinking of. I don't think they're gonna go into the hydro power generation, because that might run about maybe $1 billion US now. I don't know if we can afford it, but it would be good.
I mean, they're long lasting. I mean, the one in Magati is still there.
Yeah, but hydro power is where we were going, and you know, it's a good investment we can't lose. And if you're getting water from the Plantain Garden River, Wagwater River, and there's another river over by that side. You know, you remember the name? Plantain Garden, Wagwater.
I know there's another river over there. It's about 4 rivers over there, I believe. You know.
Yeah, because what the studies have shown, you know, is that most of the water flow north.
Yes.
Most of the water flow north, and most of the people live south. Like, you know, most of the people live in the corporate area, Portmore and Old Harbour.
Yes.
Most of the people live south. Yeah, right. So there was the plan. The thinking was to get the water from north to south, right? Because we don't really have a water problem. We have a distribution problem. We have a storage and distribution problem.
But Dorlan, while I have you on the water there now, I want to first of all, I want to take a quick breather, and then we come back. When I come back, I want you to look at one of the reasons. Why is it that international agencies, international organizations, they are seeing Jamaica as a country that is moving great guns, achieving a lot. We've seen report in the Miami Herald just the other day. We saw a report from IDB. We saw a report from World Bank. We saw a report from IMF. We saw a report from the United Nations. All these entities and agencies are looking at Jamaica and saying, hey guys, you guys are doing great. I was looking online and I saw some of the logistics people, independent people who has nothing to do with Jamaica, looking at Jamaica and saying how poised Jamaica is to become the logistics spot, to become the Singapore of the Caribbean. That is what is being said now. Not just that we are likened to.
I think we were described in the Miami Herald as the mini superpower of the Caribbean.
Thank you, sir.
I kind of said, look, man, when I deal with about mini, just a superpower.
Yes,
just a superpower and done.
So what I want to get from you, Dorlan, is why is it that those persons who are outside of Jamaica, they're able to see the potential in us. They're able to see that we are doing some great things. But then there are persons locally right here who will tell you, say, no, go on. When we come back, I want you to explore, I want you to expand on that for us a little bit and bring us up to speed as to what's causing that, Dorlan? What's causing that? Tell us about that when we come back now. Yeah. Because people are a little bit confused. Talk to us when we come back. We'll take a break. We'll come right back.
This month, our theme for Youth Month is Rethink Youth. Rethinking how we interact with our society, rethinking how our society interacts with us, and how we as youth are going to reposition Jamaica to recover as a better country for the next period outside of COVID.
Youth, rethink. Hello Jamaica and Happy Youth Month 2020. My name is Malik Hellier, Chairman of the Youth Advisory Council of Jamaica, and
Driver, keep them there.
My name is Noel Chang. I'm a constable attached to the Mobile Reserve Division at the JCF SWAT team. I've been a member of this team for 2 fulfilling years. The training, of course, would have helped me to grow as well. I find it to be very fulfilling playing an active role in the crime fight and in developing my nation. Join the JCF and start a career.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. We're still here with Dorlan H from.
I think that slogan was very good. You know, force for good.
Yes.
And just a little side show here. We don't understand the transformation of the police in Jamaica. You know.
Don't know if people recognize what has happened. You know.
We don't understand. Let me tell you something. Because me don't never because me a big man and me old and all them things. Them show me respect. But me know there was time when me go and man, I don't want to call me boy and all them. They are now far more respectful. They treat people.
That is
recognizing that people have civil rights and the whole procedure. And you know them now. What I notice, you know. What I notice is that I don't know if you know, if you also fly off the angle, man.
Yeah, man, quick and fast.
Yes, they are far more measured now. I think they are getting a lot of training in de-escalating situations.
Yes.
Right? I think in the past they used to escalate them and look a bad man up boy and bully down people.
Yes.
They just calm and think. I think they have. I mean, I don't know. I notice a lot of changes and they are far more professional, and I think they are now a far more better force for good, and they are to continue. They are to continue, and we're not to take this thing for granted.
Well, I want you to look at this. Let me just show you this real quick, Dorlan, and we come back, and I want to hear your views on it from the back. Hold on just a second. This is.
There's no need for us to rush this through.
Today's project launch signals our belief in our ability to catalyze the rapidly growing logistics sector.
This investment here today as a logistics node, an important logistics node, and building the logistics
There's no need for us to rush this through. Don't think about it too much. There's no need for us to rush this through. Don't think about it.
Well, that was a recap from the logistics. That was a shot there from the opening of one of the logistics park. Not so long ago, a matter of fact. I think it was held this year.
What I think we should hurry up and do is to make Mike Henry dream come true.
Yes, man.
We must commandeer Vernon Field. We put in a cargo airline there and ship and thing, the multimodal thing that Mike Henry talk about, and we should make him fulfill the dream. Because let me tell you something, brother. Is logistics build Singapore, you know? Singapore.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you, Dorlan. There are persons out there now who are thinking and are saying that Jamaica has the potential and it's right there. Because make no mistake about it, you know. Kingston Wharves is being built out massively, you know.
Yeah.
And it is now hosing and holding cargo for other countries. As a matter of fact, the whole logistics hub has started, where Jamaica is now not just holding containers for us in Jamaica, we are holding containers for other countries.
I tell you, we need to go deal with Burnham Field, because Jamaica is near, everywhere is near. The ship them can, come into down there, so are going to Burnham Field. They can go. Because we are at the crossroads of between North America and South America. North and Central America and South America.
Mm-hmm.
Almost everything have to come past.
Yeah, but take us back now, because with all of this that is happening, low unemployment, debt to GDP at 74%, moving from 148. Why is it that we're still hearing people telling you nonsense about nothing going on? You heard it earlier when my good friend was on.
No, you see, let me tell you, it's politics. And this is why you see me now, in my argument, I'm not speaking directly to the Jamaican people, and speaking directly to comrades. You can't, we can't understand, because me the labourite from birth, and me know what it's like when my party is in power and doing things. So we can't understand you when you're born and you're born PNP and you say, but if the PNP not do nothing, where you stick with them for? Them not do nothing, them can't do nothing. It's not the nature of the beast that the PNP is a mule, it's not going to produce offspring. It will never produce offspring. Till God come, it will never produce offspring. The mule. The mule. And the thing is, people, there's a thing in economical confidence, man. I mean, the leader and the finance ministers and all of them, if they don't do nothing, what they do, they inspire confidence in people. And confidence is a magic word. You either have it or you don't have it. And if people have confidence in you, they'll go to the ends of the world with you. And if they don't have no confidence in you, nothing will move. In Jamaica, almost every high-rise in the corporate area was built when the JLP was in power. Almost every high-rise. I was just looking at the GDP growth over the years. And I see that in when Manley took over in 72, March 72. And 72 had a massive growth. 18% growth. And I know why they had that kind of growth. That's the year when the Pegasus was being completed. That's the year when NCB head office was being completed. Neutral Life Towers, them start build that, right? So those were the kind of building that caused that kind of growth, right? And there's not a single high-rise that built downtown when PNP in power. And it will not happen. Because there's a thing called confidence and there's a thing called history. Then I wait on that and figure them the history of it. Every Jamaican will know that the one man who tried up the system, Paul Chenio, great Jamaican. And I read his book with all good intentions. The man come in like just want to see them country great and prosperous. And with all good intention, they come out and try to build. And build Crown Eagle apartment. Right? And then they try to convert it to a hotel. And then they spend almost $700 million. And at the end of the day, they had to sell it to the US for $300 million. You think anybody want to do that? You think man will work hard for their money, even if a daddy dead left money, you think they want to just waste it, so? But that is what happened when PNP run the place. They create an environment where if you go there, you're going to put money in a business. It fail. It fail. And not a single high-rise is built downtown when PNP running. Yeah, it's high-rise and below there was central sorting office. And Michael never painted it. So I call him build, don't technical and not paint it because that was some smart thing to do. You know, you build structures and don't paint them. Jamaica Development Bank build and don't paint. For what? For what? You think you save money, sir? You don't save money, sir. You put people to work, put painters to work painting. You buy paint from Berger and other paint manufacturers and make the economy turn and make your environment aesthetically pleasing. You come with this new, oh, you go and build things and don't paint it, right? So then build a central sorting office. Of course, I can just imagine it probably was double over budget. Because that's how they build. But no other high-rise build downtown. High-rise only build when the JLP is in power. Because people have the confidence to build when the JLP is in power. I don't know if you have gone by Spanish Town. That's by the prison, what the prison name again, man. Not the big one. Well, prison in Spanish Town name again.
Port Augustus?
No, man, the other one.
St. Catherine District?
The one where not bad boys go to, the one where little misdemeanors guy go to.
I don't know the name of it, you know.
Anyway, across from there, you have some state-of-the-art warehouses built by Grace. I think Grace has 2 over there, and Carimed built a state-of-the-art warehouse over there too. So Carimed, yeah man, Tamarind Farm. A Tamarind Farm. Tamarind Farm is in St. Mary. St. Mary, yeah. Anyway, but across from that, we represent the warehouses, and they are state-of-the-art warehouses, right? And you know something funny, you know, the PNP passed a law, which was a brilliant thing, and some of the things that I'm going to urge my party to do more of. They passed a law which allow for people to invest in inner city, and they got a lot of tax break doing it.
Horizon Park?
No, a lot of tax break and things like that. There was a lot of tax incentive. The PNP put those incentives in place, and guess what? You one guess, Chopper. What do you think of? Come with me.
Phrase it again.
The PNP put the concept where they pass a law, which is something I strongly support.
Yes.
And they give a lot of tax break and a lot of incentive for people to invest in the inner cities.
Yes.
Right? And they get a lot of tax break, a lot of write-offs.
Yes.
And guess what happened?
Wow.
You know what I one guess?
No.
Not that single soul take them up on it.
Why?
Because of PNP. The people know that no matter what a break them get, if they put the money out there, they're going to lose their money. Right? And it was not until the JLP came to power that people start build downtown. Because you see all the digital tower downtown.
Yes.
A whole heap of tax break that them get, under this plan, So the plan was there and them had it there from a long time.
I thought other companies were gonna go down there.
And other people are gonna jump in on it. And then
because at the time when this initiative was active, a matter of fact, as you rightfully put it, Darlan, it came out under the PNP. But in 2007, when Bruce Golding came in, he amplified it.
Well, no, nobody took them up on it. Nobody. I don't see one building.
The GLP
Well, I know he may have enriched it. I and that would have been good. But the point though is, and this is what I want Jamaica people to understand. This is what I want Jamaica people, and all them come ready who feel that them party, about time come for to come plunder again. No man, no time no come yet. I want you guys to understand that your party will never inspire confidence in people in Jamaica. But they will never inspire any confidence, and there will be no growth. There will be no building. The one man who tried to build when PNP was there, Paul Chen Young, he ended up bankrupt and had to run away from the country. And people will not forget that. People memory short about many things, but them now go forget that. They will remember Mr. Willis, a trying man who worked hard and went bankrupt and had to go and became homeless, right? Because the PNP don't understand economics. They and their policy, no matter how them make it look rosy, the people them will not take them up on it because the people lack a little thing called confidence. They have no confidence in them. And because of that, they will not be able to grow the economy. They will not be able to generate revenue. And if they promise you the moon and the star, you will not get it. If they promise to take you to heaven, the plane or the train or however him going to get to there will not fly. It will not work. They will not have gas for it. So no matter what promise they come with, they will not be able.
The 1990s should be fresh in people's mind, Darlan.
Of course.
You think the average Jamaican understand how devastating that period was?
I think memory has faded, and I study financial crisis, and my book is about the 2007, 2008 financial crisis, and these things happen in 20 years cycle, crisis happen in 20 years cycle. You know why? Because usually. 20 years that generational lifespan.
Yes. Before you go there, Darlan, we just posted the StreamYard link in the chat. So if any of you guys want to join the conversation, if you want to ask Dorlan a question, please feel free to click on that link, and it will bring you into the box, and you can ask a question or you can participate in the discussion. We're trying to get our fans, our followers to be a part of it.
Yeah, and that's good.
Please.
But there's something I want to touch on.
Go ahead, Darlan.
I was looking at the growth in the economy from 60. There's a website there that shows the growth from the 60s right up to now, right? And when you look at 1991, 92, 93, you see like the PNP having growth. You see like the PNP having growth.
Yes.
I wonder. And I asked myself, what were they? Where did the growth come from?
Mm-hmm.
What caused that growth? And that growth was caused by growth in the financial sector.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That is growth where the financial sector generated more than 17% of the growth.
Mm.
Is a economy that is out of equilibrium. It's an unbalanced economy.
Yes.
And that kind of growth is really cancerous growth. And that is why by 1996 the whole financial system collapsed. Right? Because the little growth they were having there, the little growth is the financial sector that was generating it. And when you have growth there, so you're not putting people to work, you're not making things that people consume, right? And during that period of time, that was the period of time when like Charlie Winterhouse was going bankrupt. That was the time when Times Store was going bankrupt, and when 40,000 business went bankrupt. Right. So when you look on the growth, they were not able to generate no revenue. We're not able to generate no revenue, and that is why every year they came and tax you. They tax you. And even when they're taxing you, they have to be borrowing, running up the debt. So the debt reached at one time 147% of GDP, right? So that is our time. So even when they show growth, is abnormal growth they're having, cancerous growth. And that growth was the growth in the financial sector. And that is what happens. When the financial sector get too big, it will collapse. Like the financial sector by itself can't do nothing. It's supposed to finance the making of things and the growing of things and building of places. And if you're not doing that, then you can't sustain it. It's a deck of cards that will come tumbling down. And it did. Right? Because it was during that time when, the world-class financial minister was there sopping up liquidity, using interest rate as high as 60%. Which business can try with interest rate at 60%?
I wonder if persons understand how that wipe out an entire generation of businessmen, Dorlan.
No, most man. That's what we can understand it now. And I mean, borrowing at 10% or more is one of the biggest risks you're taking. You can imagine at 60%, right? And this is what happened. So even when they were having growth, their growth was because of growth in the financial sector. That growth in the financial sector occurred from foreign exchange trading, which is paper shuffling, and from the high yield that government was paying banks, talking about they're sopping up liquidity.
Explain that high rate that bank was paying, Dorlan, and how capital was able, or you were able to generate money without even planting a blade of grass.
Yeah, man. I mean, first of all, Michael started it because he decided like he wanted to be more capitalist than Siaga and the Labour Party. So he decided he was going to liberalize the foreign exchange market, right? And it went about liberalizing the market with no reserves in place.
None.
We had no reserves, none at all. And he decided he was going to liberalize the market. So what he did now, after he liberalized it, he had to issue these high interest rates in the hope that like people are foreign will send their money down and come save. Right?
Mm-hmm.
People send their money in and then the country would then get some foreign exchange to operate with. Right? And but having issued those high interest rates, because at one time, people were paying like 60% on normal loan,
Yes.
And overdraft was fetching at 140%.
Which was crazy, unsustainable.
Of course. And people who understand the rule of 72. The rule of 72, you divide 72 by the interest rate, and soon money double. So tell me something now, Chopper.
Yes.
If you divide, rule of 72 will give you the rate at which money double, or your debt double then.
Yeah. And
72. So when you get an interest rate at 140%, how soon that will double? in half a year.
in about 4 months.
In half a year.
Yeah.
6 months at the most.
Yeah.
And your debt double. So this is the kind of thing that mash up all those guys,
Dorlan, it was more devastating than that. We have stories of persons like Norman Brown who spoke to his own personal crisis during that period when he borrowed, I think, $500,000. At 1.5 he borrowed to buy 2 trailer head. And even after paying back I think he said somewhere around about 20 million. He still owed money.
Yes. I remember Godfrey died at Wexford Court.
Yes. Had the same issue too.
I mean, he borrowed, I think it was supposed to 10 million in borrowed, and I when him pay 70 odd million, him still owe them.
130.
Right. Yeah. And these were the kind of things. And all because them go like they don't this. They don't know nothing. I think it was supposed to 10 million in borrowed, and I.
Yes. Karen, if you want to join us, you got to turn that other recording down. And you can join the conversation. Dorlan, I think she wants to speak to you a little bit.
Karen,
if you want to join us, you got to turn that other recording down.
Yeah, those were the days, man. We're not to make those days come back. We're not to make those days come back. Jamaica people, election have consequences. If you don't believe them have consequences, look up that. Look to your big brothers up in America, see what's happening up there. Lives are being turned upside down, right? 50-year rights are being eroded. Election have consequences. And you can't flag a dead horse. And no matter how you try, the mule will not produce young one. So PNP can come with them sweet talk all they want. When they come with it, you have to ask them, so how are you going to finance it? How are you going to finance it? Because they will never be able to grow the economy, to generate the revenue, to sustain any plan they come with. They will never be able to do it. People will not have any confidence in PNP.
Dorlan.
So if the comrade one believes that the party can do it, and is on time,
they have always received a government that is actually growing. And have they ever proven to the Jamaican people that they have the ability to grow an economy or to hold it together?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I mean, look in 1972.
Yes.
The economy grew by 18% in 72.
Yes.
Share of momentum growth.
Yes.
Pegasus bill, neutral life start. The towers them attacking, you know.
Yes.
All the guys building them. You see the construction all over the place. You have apartments like gallery apartment, a bill.
Yes,
you had all the fancy apartment. You can imagine from them time, 60 coming into early 70. You have Maryfield apartment, you have Heritage House, you have where the one near the corner of Oxford Road, not Oxford, Hope Road and Trafalgar Road. What about the name again?
Anyway. It's an apartment. I forget the name of it.
Right. It's right across from Devon House. Yes. Yeah.
It's called
those are the caliber apartment that was being built in those days.
Yeah.
And Michael got that 18% growth. And yeah, we know say growth, after 18% growth, good Lord, you expect you to do two next year.
Go ahead, Karen. Go ahead with the question, Karen. Let's see if we can hear you.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My point in what I'm saying, right?
Yes. Can you hear her, Dorlan?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing her. We started a bit, but I'm hearing.
Okay, with the younger set of people, the younger set of generation, their minds is set a certain way. They have a one box in thinking. And certain things are out there in the media that is very negative, that is very untrue, and they are feeding on it.
Yes.
How can, the Labour Party put to ease? Because I'm seeing people looking, let's pray because the mark of the beast is coming, and also the summer because of the cashless. We can't just look at what the economy, because that's paid for itself. But what about the lies that are out there spreading that people are so gullible? Because when I look at the comments of the people, and not only on YouTube, not only on Facebook, not only on IGs and TikTok, it's on all the social media. And I'm not seeing nothing where the JNP is doing anything to say, okay, you're talking that say capitalism is the mark of the beast.
Well,
okay, it's not the mark of the beast.
Well, Karen.
Counteract those things.
Yes.
For the gullible people that are feeding into it.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Thank you so much.
If I might come in on that, without fairness, though, especially with the lie about the cashless society, I saw the Prime Minister really upbraid the leader of the opposition on that one.
Oh yeah.
And all I would say to him is that, remember when they say the CMC thing, he give up a Stone Hill, he give round there so, and then give it over there so and so, right? And the point is, leader, Prime Minister, you don't upgrade the leader of the opposition just once. You must take that, you must take him like a kitty drum and not stop beating him.
Hold on,
as the society moves towards becoming more online, we have to get all Jamaicans online. So can you imagine now, we were to say that for the persons who want to collect their path benefits, for example, instead of going down to the post office, we could just put it on your phone and you will see the money that you have on your phone.
Or some things circulating on the internet. And my good friend, the leader of the opposition, is among those who have circulated, and I'm being very polite, euphemistic, circulated concerns about digital payments. There is no attempt by the government to remove cash, meaning paper money, from the system. Don't you see it is stupidness?
Me see him and kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, we have to, like, it's coming like Claudio said, man.
Yes.
We have to carry the Katie drum and not stop beat them like Katie drum, man.
Yeah, what?
Get the drum, that, all of them guys there and Bongo man, Les and Bonnie them. Beat them like them a drum, because the thing is, you cannot say these things. You see, what you think? Why do you come every night and talk about it? I would imagine one or two new people in the audience every night. Yes. Right? So we just keep repeating things. So to answer the lady question, first of all, I think the party is more responsive. They are more aware of propaganda.
Yes.
Than before. They're not lie down and take no beat up. And when I'm a dead body, we're not gonna lie down and take no beat up. So when they come with the lie, just say the bogus poll, because we know it's a bogus poll, and they try to use that to influence people. And no, there was nothing genuine about that. And we jump out on it. You see some of the hypocrite them in the mainstream media about why we have beat the messenger. Well, we know the messenger they lie. So if a messenger come with a lie, we not going to accept what I say. We beat him. Yeah. Right? Yeah. And this is the thing. We the party is more responsive, and nowadays they have to move even faster. You have to respond rapid, and you have to respond in all kind of medium, because one man did say I like get around the world before the truth put on its pants.
That is true.
Mm.
That is true. That is so true. Well, Darlan, we have almost come to the end of another program, another week, another Sunday,
yes,
another
sir.
class. As usual,
I like to thank the viewers for tuning in.
And
are you seeing
the comments, Darlan? Are you seeing the comments though?
I can't see them. You have to read them for me, man.
Well, the salient, I put them on the screen.
The salient one.
Are you seeing those?
In the Darlan, you remember the banana industry, you mash it up. I don't understand that.
You know what I mean?
Because what I do know when it comes to banana is Eddie Siaga brought in tissue culture.
Yeah.
Right? And drip irrigation is Eddie Siaga who modernized to the extent we have modernized ourselves, our agriculture. So yes. I know they were much of banana industry.
No, I think of you. I think it was just a typo there.
Yeah, well, you know.
But persons have a lot of comments, a lot of things to say. I mean,
thank you, Barbara Bailey. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Folks appreciate
yeah, if there any comrade in the audience, please, comrade, can you raise your hand?
They come to school, you know.
I baptize couple.
They like to stay at the back of the class, darling. They don't like to come up front.
People baptize them, and look, I want to appeal to them, doing. I want to speak directly to them. Don't mess with the country again, man. Don't mess with the country again. Don't try to derail the country again, man. We did derail already before.
Well, they're on a path. Right now.
Huh?
They're on that path right now as we speak.
Yes, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to derail the country. They're trying to derail the country. And this is what I'm saying, is that the People's National Party will never be able to grow the economy based on their track record. And because no sensible business person will put any confidence in a PNP government, they will not be able to really imagine. Look, I point out the fact that they came with this brilliant idea of giving tax incentive to people who build in urban area.
Nobody would take
it. Nobody took them up on it.
Just them.
There was some serious tax savings and nobody took them up on it. And right now people are built up urban areas like mad. Just go by a Tamarind Farm. Where's the prisoner there, man? You got Tamarind Farm. Anyway, just go by there and you'll see. Just drive by there, you'll see state-of-the-art warehouses being built there. Caramed built something over there, which I'm very pleased to see.
It's the same thing in St. James, man. It's all about Jamaica, darling. The infrastructure development is.
But I want to know if they are capitalized on this particular initiative, where people who build in urban area get serious tax break. And the point I want to make to my comrade friends is that even though the PNP initiate that thing, which was a good policy, nobody took them up on it.
Because the trust factor, darling, everybody is looking at what happened in the 70s. They made a mistake in the 70s, and they come back and made the same mistake in the 90s. They can't afford that again. So I don't care what people they're talking about.
They will never be able. They will never be able to
worry about nothing now go on.
They will never be able to grow the economy. And if they promise you, if they even promise you one nanny, then no can give. Trust me, because it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable.
And that's St. Catherine District prison, my thought, man. It's not St. Catherine District prison. There's another prison somewhere.
Yeah, they're right across from there. I'm not thinking of Tamarind Farm. Could it be Tamarind Farm? Maybe. Anyway, but that's where the warehouses are. Very impressive structure, but they built when JLP is in power. And that is what you will find. And just look around town, look at all the high rises going up. and tell me something. You know, pleased to be a Jamaican.
Well, I can tell you, Darlan, as a man who have lived in a first world country and a man who left a Jamaica that was pretty much broken. And to see where we are today, I left a Jamaica where a budget presentation was consistently loaded with taxes. Every single budget presentation had new taxes in there.
Yes.
I left a Jamaica where the debt to GDP was 48%. That's the Jamaica I left to the United States. And today we're boasting what we used to hear is possible.
Yes.
Today we are boasting a debt to GDP of 74. Sometimes I have to pinch myself to wonder if it is right.
But Kappa, you remember when
dump the hole in the prison, Darlan, dump the hole in?
Yeah, man, yes.
A Tamarind
Farm. A Tamarind Farm prison? Okay. Yeah, what's the one in St. Mary called then?
That the one in St. Mary's Richmond Farm.
Oh yes, right. Yes. Yeah, so it's Tamarind Farm. So it's right across from there that these warehouses are. And they're very impressive structures. Right? And they were all built when the JLP was in power.
Well, I was in Kingston up to last week, Darlan, and I counted 8 high-rise structure going up. When I say high-rise, I'm talking about 10 and 12-story buildings.
Yes.
And listen, we're talking about apartments, and well, they were all apartments, I believe.
But you see, have a plan for the I structure now as a mixed-use building, offices and apartments and so on.
That so-called highest building in Jamaica is not going to last for very long.
Why?
Because the highest building in Jamaica is going to surpass. It's going to be Montego Bay. The highest building is going to be Montego Bay.
What stories?
Whatever the one is in Kingston, this one will be at least 2 or 3 higher.
Come like, can you go and build it?
I tell you why I said that. Because the announcement to build the one in Montego Bay was made a long time ago. This one in Kingston came after.
Oh.
So my suspicion is that the Montego Bay is delaying theirs to see what Kingston was going to come with.
What they need to beat them.
Exactly. So they're going to see them and raise them.
What they do? They're counting out their chips.
They're going to see them and raise them. So can you imagine competition in Jamaica?
Huh?
Can you
I
imagine?
didn't get that.
No, so can you imagine in today's Jamaica where we are competing to see who can build the largest structure?
Structure.
Yeah.
And what people need to understand, you know, these structures are not stalling.
No, they're not.
They're not going back. You remember when Palmyra? You remember when Palmyra was when they build Palmyra again? I think PNP did have something to do with that. It was during a PNP era. It started under Bruce and then went into the PNP era.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, and when it ran into difficulties.
Yeah, it was
you remember?
PNP ran into difficulties. Started in 2010, I believe.
And this is what happened, because what really happened now, you have inflation, you have cost escalation, and a man who budget for build something for 500 million might end up have to spend $1 billion. And oftentimes you see a lot of these buildings are abandoned, and then somebody come buy them up for cents on the dollar. Yeah. And that is why people don't take chances and they don't start things when PNP is in power. And my comrade friends, I want to get up some of my comrade friends from Seaview.
Yes.
Seaview, especially when I'm in field one. And in the last election, they really turn out, you know, man. So we nearly get 50-50 voting down a field one, you know.
Yeah.
And of course, phase 2, you know, it's a pure labor right. Big up the people in Seaview.
You're talking about Mali.
And all throughout Centre and to Western. Even Waterhouse, the people up there get fed up.
Well, you have
and they're ready for,
listen, man,
they're ready for take the step.
You have some key workers down in Seaview.
Seaview. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
We know that.
There's some key people down
Seaview.
there.
But the comrades down in St. Andrew Western, if you don't change, nothing will change.
But hold on a second, though. Go come back to that. You know. I was about
what you want to charge me for the little lads?
No. Hold on. You might have to go pay a little fee for that. You know. Hold on a second. We're coming back to it. Right? We're coming back to it because there is something important that we have to do here. We're coming back to it. Hear this.
Into a 1% surplus in 2019 and reducing public debt from the economy, turning a fiscal deficit of 11% of GDP in 2009 into a 1% surplus in 2019 and reducing public debt from 142% of GDP in 2009 to 94% by 2019. Jamaica will work on creating scope to boost spending on education, infrastructure, and poverty reduction. In this video, we will show you the current and future mega projects in Jamaica. Before we start, subscribe and like, please. Arban Road Improvement Project. Jamaica has announced a $13 billion urban road improvement project in sections of Kingston and St. Andrew as well as St. Catherine with high volumes of traffic. That it would target 6 high-traffic corridors in these parishes. That Arthur Wint Drive will be widened from Mountain View to Tom Redkin Drive. Work on this road is slated to begin next month with a completion date set for August next year. In May this year, work will start on the dualization of East Kings House Road and Lady Musgrave Road. Work will begin on the dualization of Grange Lane from I-95 in Portmore to Madrid Avenue, including Cumberland Gully Bridge. The project is scheduled for completion in January 2023. Hotel development in Jamaica. That Jamaica is undergoing its biggest hotel and resort development boom, with 8,000 additional hotel rooms in various stages of development and planning, the majority being led by European investors. That a total of $2 billion will be invested to bring the 8,000 rooms on stream, resulting in at least 24,000 part-time and full-time jobs and at least 12,000 jobs for construction workers. Properties currently under construction include the 2,000-room Princess Resort in Hanover, which will become Jamaica's largest resort, and another nearly 2,000 rooms in the multifaceted Hard Rock Resort development. Energy industry with renewables. There is serious interest in Jamaica's energy sector. Jamaica is making significant strides in boosting the diversification of its energy sector. The initiative has set a goal of adding around 16 OMW of generation capacity over the next 20 years to expand the island's energy resources. The aim is to facilitate reduced energy prices and decrease vulnerability of the energy sector to external shocks such as oil pricing. The IRP creates business opportunities in the form of requests for proposals that seek investors to fulfill the demand for more energy generation. The IRP's targets include 1260 MW of wind and solar, 330 MW of LNG, and 74 MW of hydro, biomass, or waste energy by the year 2037. Jamaica is currently seeking to procure 320 MW of wind and solar, 120 MW of LNG, and 74 MW of hydro.
Let's go talk megawatt. I'm say MW.
Yes. All right, let me just break that for a moment, darling. I'm going to come back and play the other half of it. But let me hear you. Let me hear you on this. You would have seen that. What do you think?
Yeah. These are impressive things. There's only one thing I would beg of my party. Only the people behind the MP, bring them along at MP party.
Bring them along. Yes.
Bring them along. And what the government need to understand is that there are less able people. And not everybody is equally able. Yes. And there are some less able people who are not able to
capitalize on some of these opportunities.
Basically pull themselves up by them bootstrap. Right?
Yes.
So some of these people probably can't work for anybody. They will have to start something for themselves, and they need to get some assistance to start something for themselves. And this is what the government need to do. we must not leave anybody behind, because this is while we are going great guns and we are transforming the place. Some of the people who are left behind, they're going to be the grousers, and they are going to be the ones that the comrades latch on to try to use to derail the thing. And it has happened before, and it can happen again. So we have to try and bring people along with us. We can't forget.
Is it with this level of development, Darlan? It is sometimes a little bit disturbing, because you wonder, why is it that you could have this level of development and yet people don't feel it? You know, I for one know of employment opportunities all over.
Well, what people need to understand is how the economy works. And the people have to understand that there is direct employment and there is indirect employment.
Yes.
Even a lady who is a household helper, you know, and she might not be able to get a construction job in the hotel. She might not feel that she can go be one of the chambermaids in the hotel or work in the hotel otherwise. But because there are a number of people who are being pulled to go work in the hotel,
it's crazy.
Where earnings now will come into play.
Absolutely.
And there are going to be people looking out, and because right now we are a number of charged as skilled laborers, right?
Oh yeah, big time.
And people need to understand that even though you are not benefited directly, a lot of people are employed now, and they're not. Let me tell you something. Look for me good.
Yes.
In the past, when you did their work, it's 100 man stand up back at you.
True.
And you see, I just sneeze. You see, one day you can't work.
Yeah.
When you come out, you're gone. You snooze, you lose.
You can't take sick leave.
You're gone because there's 100 people behind you.
Right.
No,
you have to make people.
Because of all the because all the things the government are doing. When you look around now, you might not see nobody. So guess what?
Chinese are importing laborers, man. I'm telling you that.
You're little more secure in your job because you have less people competing for the job that you have.
Hold on. And you talk about job, listen to this. You're talking about job, Darlan, listen to that.
Project to expand the port in Kingston will allow Jamaica to remain competitive in the region. The Kingston Port Expansion Project consists, among other tasks, in changing all dock equipment, dredging the access channel, reinforcing the soil, recuperating 50,000 square meters of land for traffic purposes, and anchoring new, larger port cranes. All of this work to be carried out at a busy site. The Kingston Port Expansion Project represents a major asset for the development of maritime trade in the region since the port is ideally positioned in proximity to the Panama Canal at the nexus between north-south and east-west shipping lines. As a result, the Port of Kingston will become one of the 3 leading terminals for container ships in the Caribbean Sea. Southern Coastal Highway, the flagship road project, is being executed in 3 parts. Part A, Maypen to Williamsfield, 28 kilometers. Part B, Harbor View to Yalas Bridge, 17.4 kilometers. And Part B, Yalas Bridge to Port Antonio, and Morant Bay to Cedar Valley, 123.65 kilometers. Works will be completed by March 2023 on the first 2 tranches of the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Program, totaling approximately $11.5 billion. In your opinion, which of these projects is the best in Jamaica? Are there projects that we did not mention? Share your opinion with us in a comment. And here we come to the end of the video.
Well,
please share the video.
There you have it there, my friend. It tells you, and these are just a few, Darlan, of the development that is happening in Jamaica.
These are really impressive. These are really mega. These are really mega. I like to look at the politics of things because government get them power from people, and the politics have to be right. The politics have to rise. People have to feel like they're being included in the work. And like I'm trying to explain, even though you might not be directly employed, as a result of other people getting employment, it means that there's less competition for the job you're looking for or the job you now have. So you have to give thanks to that. And you're not to be ungrateful. You know, remember, Sir Rome don't build in a day. And the important thing is that we are headed in the right direction. Don't watch the speed, watch the direction. You know, we could have been headed north when we should be going south. Or we could be heading south when we should be going north, as we have experienced in the past. So
well, that's what I was about to say to you, that we have made that mistake before. I don't foresee us going there again.
Yeah, but as I was explaining to you, know, everything is generational. And you see 20 years, within 20 years, people forget what things were like. That's why you see Ponzi scheme and all them things that emerge every 20 years. Because the people who got burned probably stayed away, them dead off and gone, and so. And then you had some new people who born, you know, them say young but no system, and they've got to get involved in something, and you know, another one come out. This time it's different, but it's just another same Ponzi scheme, you know, same thing going to hurt you. So we have to understand that there's no quick fix. There's no quick fix. And one thing I would love to say my government though, is to leave ideology alone.
Why is that?
You know, John Adams say ideology is the science of idiots. And I believe him. Ideology is the science of idiots. And we are to leave ideology alone. And one thing I appeal to the government. I know IMF and World Bank have them thing, you know. Trust me, them don't have no monopoly and wisdom. Right? And we need to take a book out of the Siaga. I leave out of the Siaga book. And ask them where it work.
Yeah, man, that's what the biggest question.
And if they can't tell you where it work, you have to tell them like Eddie tell them, so them him nah do it.
But
one of the things, what on the top of let me finish that point there. One of the things that I know we are bought into is that we are afraid to do industry targeting. And it's because
we were afraid.
I think we still are. Because IMF and World Bank think we're not to do that.
No, but Darlan, we are not. We are leading the IMF and World Bank now.
I would hope. I would hope so. I would hope so. We have brownie points for sure for it. We can't tell them, say, well, but no, the serious thing going on.
Yeah.
You see, let me tell you something. You see, if we were industry targeting, and we say we're going to build out the hotel industry, and we're going to target 20 million visitors a year, and we need X amount of rooms, and we need X amount of man to make steelmen, we need X amount of carpenters, we need X amount of masons, right? We would have gone and trained those people, and we would not be running into no shortage now to the point where we are thinking about we're going to look for foreigners to come in and come to this.
I agree with you. Industry targeting means that there would be more planning and strategic planning and deliberate attempt to build out one sector at a time. What I think the government is doing, which perhaps might work, it might not, is that they are building out pretty much all the sectors simultaneously, where you are saying, Darlan, if we channel that energy into one sector and get that sector right up to par. But the difficulty with that, Darlan, is because of the size of Jamaica's economy and how intertwined and interlocked the various sectors are. You can't build out one without the other.
Well, let me correct you there. That's not what I'm thinking of. Okay. I'm not thinking that you're targeting one or two industries. right? I am thinking that you can target 6 at a time, right?
Yeah.
But when you, for example, if you know you want to build out your hotel industry sector,
yeah,
right? You go CAS have a construction department there, and you have some technical schools.
It's no UTech, my brother. It's no UTech.
Oh, UTech, yeah. My old man, no. I went to CAS.
CAS was back in the days, man.
Yeah. But anyway, and you have Arthros NT, and you have some other serious industrial school, like all I didn't tell him, you know, you can't go didn't tell him. And you can say, look, big man, we plan by in another 5 to 10 years to double our hotel stock. We're going to need masons, we're going to need man who can, we're going to need steel men, we're going to need. So look, I just on a program in the schools to turn out some of these people from, you know, welders, steelmen, carpenters, masons, and so on. So that we don't run into it. Because you can't just expect the market to just produce these people, so, right?
No,
but let me tell you, I wanted to mention this a long time ago, my brethren. Bear with me.
Yeah.
You see, we were industry targeting in the past, you know. Like when we build up Tinsonpen Industrial Estate, right? And then you know what the brilliant-minded Sharon Edisiaga did? They went and built Tool and Die right on Ashenine Road.
Yes,
right?
man.
to produce the mill rights that were needed
and
to
the
keep.
Strip was right there, darling. Everything was right there.
Yeah. To fly out everything, and the port was right there to ship out. Hey, those guys was old guys. Old man Bustamante, my great party founder. Them guys in our university, him smart. Him smarter than people with PhD, right? But I want to lick PNP with this. You know, so Shearer went to Germany and got the German to build an auto school in Jamaica.
Oh yeah.
You have any idea what the industry they were targeting there?
It was on Maxwell Avenue. They wanted to manufacture cars here.
Of course.
Yeah.
So they're producing the mechanics. But let me tell you something about that place, my brother. And I tell you how destructive comrades are. After Shearer got Germany and begged the German government, and the German government gratefully produced a state-of-the-art auto school at Maxwell Avenue.
Yes.
And in 74, a PNP had to open it. And if DK Duncan go open it.
Jagas. Yeah, man.
And yes. And you know what DK Duncan go say? Say the youth them going to have culture shock. Say, listen to me good. And then people can understand the nature of the beast, what we are talking about.
Yes.
Because DK was the Minister of Mobilization, you know. And after Shearer got down there and decided to go build state-of-the-art auto mechanic shop, DK go on there and said the place, the youth them are going to suffer culture shock. Can't you know? It's the place of upscale. They're going to suffer culture shock. And guess what I'm saying? Instead the place need to be desanitized. What do you mean by that?
You know what that meant?
What do you mean? It means that it have to dirty up. It have to ghettoize. It have to nasty up. That is what he meant. So the place, them going to suffer culture shock, and the place needs to be desanitized. But that is a sidetrack there. I just had to get in that one. But it is all part of the industry targeting. You see another industry what I believe we need to target is the pharmaceutical. We need to target that. Because CAS produce pharmacists. CAS deal, well, we keep saying CAS, the UTech, right? It's one of the most productive higher institution of learning in Jamaica. They produce real people who do real things. Because, you know, they did engineering. Of course, that's where I went and got my engineering training to teach people. Yes. You understand? Very practical. But the thing is, they do pharmaceutical. And there was a time, you remember when you used to make Penzic down here, you never did ban it.
Penzic?
Eh.
Of course. We never ban.
Where they used to make it?
Not a Spanish Town.
Where?
Where Nugget and Colgate and all them places used to be. Out of the industrial.
Well, near Lasco, where Lasco is. Central Village. Yeah, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. But remember in the Darlan, the plan was to expand the industrial terrace there, industrial park. It was supposed to come all the way back on to 6 Mile.
Twickenham Park. They were going to do it two sides.
Yes.
They were going to do it two sides. And I have an industrial estate there. Yeah. But the thing though, the point I want to make is that we used to make Cafanal, Fenzic, and Andrews liver sauce.
Andrews liver sauce. Hold on,
Andrews liver. When you have upset stomach.
Hold on. Here's your German school. Here's your German school that you're talking about. Here's your German school. I'm going to put it up on the screen.
The human capital of Jamaica in the area of automotive and auto mechanics. We find that our role has expanded over the years since 1976 at the inception of the institution. My name is Clifton Henry. I'm the program coordinator here at the Jamaican German Automotive School. And as a premier automotive institution responsible for training the human capital of Jamaica in the area of automotive and auto mechanics. We find that our role has expanded over the years since 1976 at the inception of the institution until today. We have sought to keep ourselves at the utmost level of the industry, in that we have accumulated knowledge and skills, not only at the human level, but even at the resources that we provide. And so, as has been observed in the media of late, Jagas, as it is well known across the island, provides training not only in the mechanical parts of the motor vehicle, but in the electrical and electronics. Here at Jagas, we seek to ensure that persons within the industry are able to get themselves trained and certified at the highest level of technology.
I'm Raheem Pantan of the Jamaica German Auto School Motor Vehicle Repairs Level 2 unit, and I'm here today to talk about my experience at this institution. Today I will be taking you through one of the most important processes of the general servicing that we are taught here, and that's checking the oil level on this 2015 Toyota Camry. So you're seeing the contents of the dipstick, the oil level, if it
pressing a brake jump and this brake. Also, we do inject.
Hi, I'm James Porter, student at the Jamaica German Automotive School, and today I'll be showing you what we do when we're servicing a vehicle, general servicing. So we're looking at the braking system, which is one of the most important systems on the vehicle.
Well, Darlan, I don't know, but just listening to those young men speak, it tells you of the caliber of training that institution put out, even though the institution could have been greater in terms of growth. But listen to those young men.
Huh?
Listen to those young men.
Yes. And but it speaks to the vision that we were, the path we were on. The vision, because I share this. Yes. I don't think it's 76. I don't know why I'm saying 76, But I could have been wrong. But I think it was 74 it was open, because they want to make it look like it's PNP doing. No, PNP want to go Cuba, go try to find out how to reach the mountain top and to do one micro dam. Shira went to Germany, because when it comes to auto making, you can't hold water for German. So you bring the German people here, we build a state-of-the-art place And what Michael should have done was to try to see if he could get another one like that from either Germany or Japan or somewhere else and build out our training stocks, right? Instead of DK went down there could talk about the youth them going to suffer culture shock. Those youth look like them suffering a culture shock. Huh?
No,
You see them talk eloquently. For mechanics, them don't look like they will suffer culture shock. They look like they're learning. And then they might come talk about the place need to be desanitized. Jamaica people need to know that DK Duncan said that. And that's the nature of PNP. Right? But this is the kind of thing when we do industry target. And I think we are targeting the hotel industry without saying it. But if you say it, and we need to go train the people for it. And we not only to train the chairman them and the people that work in the hotel, but we must train the people who go and build it. So that I don't hear no more talk about we are going to import the people because people still don't have anything to do and we need to make you them get something to do. I mean, it's one thing to tell them to stop need out the man mingle, but after them stop need out the man mingle, then what happen? Then what? Right? And then the other industry, because here's the thing now. After food come medicine, brother.
Yes.
After food come medicine. So we must get back into the pharmaceutical. We must decide that we're going to do pharmaceutical as an industry targeting. Right? We can have people down here testing drugs. A big business, they're not Trapper.
Yeah, man.
A big business is bigger than the thing there, you know. It's bigger than the BPO thing, you know.
I know.
Because once the drug reach the human testing phase, you get volunteers who will come in and you run the drugs through them and see the efficacy of it and whether it work or not, and so on and so forth. And it is pretty safe and is serious money. Serious money people get doing it. Right?
Yeah.
And you don't need no special skills, no special training for that. All you have to do is have a healthy body. Right? Because a lot of these, when they're screening for these things, you can't have certain medical conditions and certain disease and things.
Because people are paying people a lot of money to testing. Yeah. It's a big,
man.
A lot of people in today's world, they risky. They worry about the risk of those things.
No, man. Nobody no worry about that, man. Nobody know. A big business in Canada. Pharmaceutical. Big business. And all when you go into the genetic formulation of drugs. But right nowadays, most drugs, the patent expire after maybe 10 years. Right? And then anybody can make them. And the formula for them is open secret.
Yeah.
It's open secret. So and once the patent is expired, anybody can make them. And we can make our own drugs and we don't have to import these expensive drugs at these high costs. Yeah, man. And then we can employ a lot more people, brother. We can employ a lot more people, but we need to target couple industry. I don't want to hear nothing from the World Bank. Not because they have all of the money. I can't tell you about. And nonsense they're talking. It's just like you remember when they were trying to make talk about China will be the workshop for the world. Like everything will be made in China.
But the truth is, Darlan, how people are viewing it now, people are saying that Jamaica is poised to become that logistics and that industrial spot in the Caribbean.
Well, that like the logistic hub, that's a nature of geography and where you are, where you're located, and we should have capitalized on this. Long ago, you see, the other day the Prime Minister opened a dry dock. Oh, we should have one of the biggest dry dock in the world. We should have even tried to make some of US warship them come in a full dry dock from Guantanamo Bay. By the way, when
that's a long time dry, but you understand
when the Guantanamo Bay lease out. In Trapper, when the Guantanamo Bay, when will Guantanamo Bay lease will expire?
Will never expire, man.
Yep, no man, it's limited, man.
Limited where? I can show you a copy of the not a copy, a picture of the agreement. It was leased for 99 years. And when that 99 years is done, there's a clause in there that says the occupant has the right to renew.
So why they accept at 99 then? If they want to be out, they can leave.
If they want to.
Yeah, I suppose that's why. Anyway, all right. So that maybe we won't be able to do any dry dock on any of the American ship then. But big man, the commercial ship is alone. You know, says from Lightburn time. From Lightburn time, we were supposed to have this dry dock, you know.
But Darlan, that dry dock that you're talking about now is here. It's here.
I know, but what Lightburn had in mind was something more massive.
It's gonna be big. That dry dock is gonna be a big thing in Jamaica. You just
and them thing that you have to use them. You have to use them because
you're talking about that. Listen to this.
Ship repair and maintenance industry. On Tuesday, Jamaica is set to tap into a multi-billion-dollar ship repair and maintenance industry. On Tuesday, a ceremony was held to commence the German ship repair Jamaica shipyard project. Starting with the construction of a shipyard, this development will be located along the Sir Florizel Glaspole Highway. Colonel Martin Rickman says the $37 billion project will create economic opportunities for Jamaica.
Ties in with the already being developed global logistics hub that we're trying to create as a nation. It represents a new industry for Jamaica with great opportunities for other spin-off businesses, hence even contributing more to the economy.
He says Jamaica is poised to grow from this venture.
To the Prime Minister there.
Prioritized. Executive Assistant to the Board of Directors and Company Secretary, Dr. Bertie Tim, lauds partners such as Heart NTA Trust and CMU and says she's excited about the future results.
So we're going to create employment, but just not any employment. It is employment on a level where people have international qualification, a pay scale that is competitive with international jobs, and I think that is very attractive for Jamaica and a very, very good opportunity for the young persons here.
President and CEO of Sagicor Group, Christopher Zaka, says the project will be one for the books and is something every Jamaican will be proud of.
We want all Jamaicans to share the vision of the stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big deal for Jamaica, and we want Kingston to have the leading ship repair and servicing port in the Caribbean.
The initiative sees Sagicor Bank as the lead arranger and financer. The ship repair facility is expected to be completed between October and November of this year. Nasika Aliman reporting for CVM Live.
Well, Darlan, need I say
why? We're going places. But we allow the talk. We allow the talk more.
Do I need to say more, sir?
I want my government come and say we are targeting some industries, agriculture and agro-industry. We're targeting that.
Darlan, you talk about shipyard, and we present shipyard. You talk about highway, we present highway. You talk about the building out of the logistics, so we present it. So when people telling me about nothing and go on, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Because it is not true. It is not true.
And one of the things though, we can target the industry and train the people for the industry. And then we feel say something are going. What is happening now? What is happening now is that people are left on their own to seek their own opportunity.
That is not true also. That is not true also.
Well, maybe not to all extent.
There are several initiatives right now that target persons who are underemployed or unemployed. Several. And I'm talking about where the MP go around finding out who is unemployed and
yes.
bring them.
Well, all right, they target them to do what though? They target them to do what? Because what I'm saying is that you need to match people with industry.
Of course. Then how many times I've seen where there are programs where the members of parliament would dispatch people from their offices to go around and get names of persons who are between the ages of so on. Look at just a couple of days ago. There were busload of persons commuting to St. Anne as part of the YSEP program, coordinating thousands of young people, getting them into skill training, getting them into jobs for the summer period. Most of these young men and young women who gone to the YSEP program gain full employment after that. A good 50-60% of them are employed after that.
That's
so
good.
I don't want to hear nobody come and tell me about nothing and go on. I don't even give me. You see people who I see at the bus stop and on the roadside, I beg, I don't give them the money. You know why? Because as bad as this country is, there's a system in place to take care of the most vulnerable among us. There are several initiatives.
Well, the disabled might need some help. The disabled might need some help, but the able-bodied must find something though. There are a lot of things.
I am saying to you, Darlan, the disabled are provided for. The social safety net of Jamaica is tantamount to what exists in first world countries. I'm telling you.
At what age the disabled is provided for?
Jamaicans have a tendency of the first thing that come out of their mouth, all when them worth $1 billion. They might drive the fanciest car, they eating at the best restaurants, they living in the most posh house. The first thing that come out of their mouth is nothing now go on.
Go on and them a sufferer.
And they're struggling a rasta.
You know, nobody come beg them.
Because that is why when the salary increase was issued, you couldn't find one teacher, one nurse who willing to tell anybody what they were earning.
Yes.
I don't want nobody come tell me about nothing going on. Big things are going on at Jamaica.
Anyway, Chopper, we set a record. 4 hours we're going now.
Yeah, man.
You know, we have to wrap it up. Anyway.
Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. The chopping block is back. In full effect.
Chopping block. Yeah, man. I'm going to stop appeal to the people who vote for PNP.
Yes.
We're going to stop with PNP now because them no really. It's the people who vote PNP. Jamaica people think about your picnic them.
True.
Think about your future. Think about your children. You understand? Because I can't understand if you're born PNP, because, you know, I'm born here right and thank God say me not have a think about say me want to stay in this party. But I can't understand the attachment you have with your party. But if it not produce nothing for you, you understand? PNP is only the few genetically connected who can benefit from PNP, you know.
Yes.
A very few people benefit from PNP, you know. And when you look and see in all the constituency where they dominate, look at Central Kingston. So proud of them people really take the plunge and go support Donovan Williams. Right? And I want the people them to come with them from St. Andrew Western. Come with me, man. We have ideas. We don't like the people poor. We have ideas to lift you up out of the poverty. Trust me. Take the plunge and come over to prosperity. We have enough room.
They're coming, man. They're coming. Give them some time.
There is enough room in the inn under the prosperity tent. Come over. Because let me tell you something, comrade. Election have consequence.
Yes.
When you come for a pool and vote PNP and soon you can't find water to drink. Understand it? And that's only Bob when I find work. You can't find water to drink. Because like me tell you, say, with PNP, they cannot generate a little thing called confidence. You think if I'm PNP man that Billy dry that out there? You know that Billy? he wouldn't build the 30 billion dry dock, he won't build it. He wouldn't build it. You can't invest in that kind of money when PNP in charge. So take me advice, stop supporting the mule. They will not produce.
Big up yourself, Dorlan. I'm going to play this video for the crew before I wrap. So, you take care of yourself, Dorlan H. I don't know if you want to watch it, but if not, take care of yourself.
Go on, run it, man. I'll see what it's about.
We'll see you on the next side of the coin.
Yeah.
You know, I like to promote these things, you know, because it says a lot.
Reggae music, ska music, Bob Marley, sprinters such as Usain Bolt, Jamaica is a country famous for reggae music, ska music, Bob Marley, sprinters such as Usain Bolt, marvelous beaches, and the Rastafarian religion. And all of this comes from a tiny island with only around 3 million inhabitants. Culture-wise, we could say Jamaica is a giant. It's likely you know someone who is planning to spend his or her holidays in a nice resort on some gorgeous Jamaican beach. But there is also a reason why you've never heard of anybody saying, oh yes, I'm going to invest some money in the land of Bob Marley, or my company is sending me to our office in Kingston. In fact, I bet nobody here could name the Prime Minister or indeed the currency of Jamaica. Yes, when it comes to international supply chains, Jamaica is as irrelevant as the food pics that your girlfriend posts on her Instagram. The nation is as poor as Armenia or the Philippines. At least this is how it used to be, because they're now beginning to change. Check this out.
Jamaica plans an air and logistics hub. Developers envision a trading center on the order of Singapore, Dubai, and Rotterdam.
Now, to imagine Jamaica going from laid-back jungle island to the likes of Singapore or the Netherlands might seem like a bit of a stretch. But when you think about it, it's a great solution for this lackluster economy, and Jamaica is very well situated for this. Just look at this shipping map. As you can see, Jamaica is located near the Panama Canal. This means that a lot of ships pass by the islands and may need to stop and refuel or even to store some of their cargo. Yes, it's possible to do both of these things in Panama itself, but it has become increasingly expensive. This explains why Kingston has already snagged quite a lot of shipping traffic. Now add to this the fact that the Panama Canal has recently undergone a massive expansion and that Jamaica's only competition are other island nations such as Cuba and Haiti, then it's clear that Jamaica has a real shot here. What's more, unlike its island neighbors, Jamaica is an English-speaking country. So any American investor who wants to open a warehouse, they couldn't have it easier. Great location, cheap salaries, and everything's in English. So now the question is, can it actually happen? Can Jamaica achieve a level of wealth on par with the Dutch? Well, today we're going to answer these questions, but before we do, let's take a look back at the history.
Prosperity lost.
On the 6th of August 1962, Jamaica gained independence from the British Empire. It was a peaceful transition, and they went on to form a two-party parliamentary republic in the Westminster style, which is the model that it still has to this day. The future looked bright for Jamaica. The 1960s was a great decade for the fledgling state. The economy shifted away from agriculture to bauxite mining, tourism, low-skilled manufacturing, and private investment. It boomed during the 60s, and the Jamaican economy grew at an average of 6% per annum. It seemed that the post-imperial dream was finally coming true. Unfortunately, things took a turn for the worse in the 1970s, though. The global economy slowed down, dragging this small island with it. Rising inequality and resentment against the post-colonial elites led a democratic socialist called Michael Manley to win at the elections. This meant a shift in international relations. Jamaica strengthened its ties with the Soviet Union and started an anti-free market economic agenda. That's why the country began implementing price controls, land expropriations, higher minimum wages, and much more public spending. In theory, many of these reforms could have served Jamaica well. Mr. Manley introduced great things like free public education, maternity leave, and all kinds of social programs. But the price controls and the market restrictions meant all those good intentions never materialized. Mr. Manley, openly praising Cuban communist leader Fidel Castro, didn't exactly smooth relations over with the United States, so as a result, foreign investment all but disappeared and the middle class left the country in droves. During those years, the country went into double-digit inflation and the price controls led to regular shortages of even basic goods. By 1980, Jamaicans had lost patience with Manly's socialist utopia that had never really materialized, and they voted him out. The right-wing Edward Seager took power and then courted the US and the UK. Jamaica went from praising Castro to helping the US with the 1983 invasion of communist Grenada. And I know what you might be thinking right now. So, right after Jamaica started towing the line with the US, everything turned around. Right? Isn't that just the way things go in geopolitics? Well, as always, reality is much more complicated than that.
The crossroads of chaos.
Jamaica is the place where you can forget about your worries, so much so that no problem, or as they say in the Jamaican dialect, yamon, is a slogan associated with the islands. And no, yamon doesn't mean yeah man. But the irony is, Jamaica has lots of problems, really big problems.
Jamaica extends state of emergency travel warning over high levels of violent crime.
You see, to say that Jamaica is actually an incredibly violent country would be an understatement. Jamaica's homicide rate is 8 times the global average. In 2005, Jamaica had a rate of 58 homicides per 100,000 people. This was the highest in the world for that year. By 2017, it had gone down to 57 per 100,000, making it only the second highest homicide rate, just below El Salvador and just above Venezuela. A former prime minister called the crime issue a national challenge of unprecedented proportions. The problem isn't new. It began developing in the mid-1970s when both major political parties started giving urban gangs tons of guns and money. As you might expect, lots of people were shot. To make matters worse, the USA started supplying guns to the Labour Party and their gangs, and likewise Cuba and the USSR started supplying guns to the National Party's gangs. And yes, I didn't just scramble that last sentence. In Jamaica, the Labour Party is actually the right-wing party and the National is the left-wing party. By 1980, almost 800 people would be murdered in political violence, often taking place between politically segregated communities in urban Kingston. The political parties still support gangs to this day, although the gangs have become less dependent on the parties and increasingly dependent on connections in Colombia and on international drug smuggling. So it's no surprise that crime rates haven't improved at all. The nature of Jamaica's economy isn't fantastic either. The island of Jamaica doesn't have a whole lot of resources to offer the world, mostly just sugar, coffee, and bauxite. What's more, these are all raw products, not worth a whole lot on their own, and there's plenty of international competition. Another sector of the economy is based on tourism, which can fluctuate suddenly and rapidly, so not exactly a stable foundation. The issue of not having much of value to export is made even worse when you consider that the country also has to import, well, almost everything. Food, medicine, machinery, you name it, it's imported. At the top of the list of imports is petroleum, on which Jamaica is highly dependent, resulting in some of the highest energy costs in the world. All these factors, they really add up. In 2017, Jamaica had a trade deficit of $4.5 billion. That's a lot for a country of less than 3 million people. So now what do you get when you cross heavy importing, expensive essential items, and lingering socialist policies? The answer? Well, that would be stagflation. And yes, stagflation is just one of those cool words that you get to learn about when you watch Visual Politics. It means a combination of stagnating economic growth, high unemployment rates, and inflation. And after that quick economics lesson, it's time for me to ask you to subscribe to this channel if you haven't done so already. Hit that button. But let's get back to our story. You see, Jamaica has experienced rampant inflation and chronic unemployment for about 50 years. Yes, although Jamaica started out strong, it spent more than 80% of its independent history stuck in an economic rut. Jamaica thought just attracting foreign investors to develop tourism and industry would solve its problems, but with such high inflation and horrific crime rates, they couldn't attract a Sudanese refugee if they tried, let alone Wall Street. But listen closely now, because the winds of change may just fill Jamaica's mothballed sails. A new national it might just be enough not only to resuscitate Jamaica's economy, but turn it into the envy of the 7 seas.
Location, location, location.
On the 26th of June 2016, something big happened for the world and the region. A very large ship across the Panama Canal. So large, in fact, that prior to that date, a ship of that size couldn't even get through the canal. Yes, that was the day that Panama finished its long-awaited expansion of the canal. This expansion almost doubled the canal's capacity and led to the creation of this new ship size, the new Panamax, as in a ship built to the new maximum specifications of the canal. Over the next 20 months, over 3,000 of these new ships would cross the canal, which has generated news stories like this.
The Caribbean share in the global cargo industry is growing rapidly. Forbes, May 29th.
If you do any kind of writing, you need to check out this AI tool. It's called Quillbot, and it made me a better, faster, and smarter writer. They're powerful.
And where are all these ships going? Well, pretty much everywhere. For example, goods going from China to Florida or from Spain to Ecuador and vice versa. In many cases, they'll pass right by or even stop in Jamaica, which is the closest island nation to the canal itself. So why would they stop in Jamaica? Because some of these ships might want to store their commodities for some time before passing the Panama Canal. Others might need fuel or maintenance. And Panama is already full. Having an island next to it comes in very handy, and this is why Jamaica wants to capitalize on its location and become a transit hub, not just for the Americas, but for the world. All it needs is a whole lot of infrastructure like ports, railways, and airport, along with things like dry docks for ship repairs. Now, Jamaica does have some competition from other Caribbean nations, which is putting some pressure on them to act fast. But luckily for Jamaica, their neighbors aren't quite up to the task. Haiti and Cuba would be natural competitors, but one's at Somalia's levels of chaos and the other's still communist and facing US sanctions. Then there's Puerto Rico, a US territory, which is hamstrung with its current administration, and then finally the Dominican Republic, which is pretty much the only one that could actually compete with Jamaica. If Jamaica does pull this off, it's going to be big, not just for Jamaica, but on a global level. If this works, it'll turn Jamaica from a lame duck into a high flyer. Imagine if this poor nation can really become the next Singapore. The best part, really does have a fighting chance. Jamaica is a mostly stable English-speaking democracy and a member of the Commonwealth of Nations. But not only that, it's surrounded by dysfunctional economies and borderline failed states during the start of a golden age of Caribbean shipping. It's already got some of the work done, surveying areas for feasibility of new ports, railway lines, and special economic zones. The project is looking to get about $28 billion in investment, and the Jamaican government, the World Bank, and several private partners have already made pledges and contributions. Jamaicans wouldn't be the only ones getting richer either. As new infrastructure develops, more cargoes could be shipped more quickly. This would lower costs for many populations of the world and thus increase competition. With this competition, Europeans can experience fresher and cheaper Peruvian mangoes, and aid from Canada to Venezuela would arrive much more quickly and be cheaper. Even stuff like your specialty imported anime body pillow would be cheaper if you're somewhere like New York. Jamaica would get a boost, and the entire global economy would too. So the question now goes over to you. Do you think it will work? Will this new, very expensive infrastructure materialize? Will Kingston become a city of the global elite like Singapore? Or is Jamaica doomed to remain in its cycle of crime and of poverty? Well, we'd love to hear your answer in the comments below, and please do also visit our friends at reconsidermedia.com. They're the podcast that provided the vocals in this episode that were not mine.
After decades of stagnant growth, Jamaica has an opportunity to turn things around. The new administration, led by Prime Minister Andrew Holness, has set a goal for itself of reaching 5% annual GDP growth by taking full advantage of their world-renowned tourism product, the largest English-speaking workforce in the Caribbean, and their geographic location at the center of the Caribbean, right outside the Panama Canal, which is a key location for international shipping routes, but also in terms of logistics. Our very own Omar Lisfari is joining us again at World Investment News headquarters to talk about the future of Jamaica. Omar is a project director for World Investment News who last joined us to discuss our project that we did a few months ago in Tanzania. Well, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. Thank you for having me here.
So since 2012, Jamaica's growth has been stuck between minus 0.6% and plus 0.8%. But the country has a lot of untapped potential. Can you tell us about how they plan to reach that goal of 5% annual growth?
So you already mentioned Jamaica has been experiencing low growth and high level of debt as well. So by 2012, the debt to GDP was about 145%, but it decreased to a 120% level in 2016, which is pretty good for a country that's been experiencing debt for over 2 decades. So both previous and current government have been working hand in hand with the IMF and the World Bank in order to restructure the debt and find a new plan for Jamaica in order for it to experience growth. So in 2016, we're already seeing a positive forecast for the economy, which is 1.6 to 2% growth, which is the sort of figures Jamaica has never seen in over a decade. So out of all of this, the government has put in place an Economic Growth Council under the Prime Minister's supervision, and Michael Lee Chin, who is a high-profile personality that's got extensive business knowledge about the economies and the opportunities that Jamaica has to offer. So this Economic Growth Council is about uniting the private sectors, the actors of the private sectors, including tourism, energy, construction, BPO's sector, in order to put them all together and to come up with a 5 to 10 year plan that will make Jamaica experience a 5% growth average per year. So they're per its size and its competitive advantage, Jamaica has a lot to offer. It's a highly sophisticated financial market. It's got a tourism product that is uncomparable around the Caribbean. It also offers a lot of highly educated people that are main competitive advantage for the country.
So at the moment, Jamaica is the second largest economy in the Caribbean after Trinidad and Tobago. They're also the second largest population after Haiti, but they're the largest English-speaking population for sure. They also have a really key location. They're at the center of the Caribbean, right outside the Panama Canal. So how is the country trying to take advantage of that location, and what will it mean for the future of the country?
So by sitting at the doorway to the newly expanded Panama Canal that you already mentioned, Jamaica wants to position itself to join Rotterdam, Dubai, and Singapore as the fourth node in the international logistics chains in the world. This is quite extensive. You probably know by now that Jamaica has got the 7th largest harbor in the world for such a small location. And by being at the door of the Panama Canal and by trying to ease up as well its financial problems with the IMF and the World Bank, Jamaica has planned to create a hub that will involve multimodalities through the integration of world-class seaports, as well as airport, free economic zone, logistics parks, telecommunication, and trade facilitation centers. And will probably have a major impact on the economy by creating thousands, if not 10,000s of jobs for the country.
And something that's really important to keep in mind when we're talking about, well, Caribbean countries in general, but Jamaica as well, is that like all Caribbean countries except for Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica has no oil to speak of. And at the moment, it's importing 100% of its oil, most notably from programs like Venezuela's Petrocaribe, which at the moment is defunded. So they're obviously trying to reduce dependence on fossil fuels with large solar investments, also investments in offshore wind farms. But in the meantime, CARICOM has signed the Caribbean Energy Security Initiative, or CESI, with the US, which is a program that provides natural gas as a means of transition towards cleaner energies. But that's not to say that Jamaica does not have any natural resources of their own. If you speak to Tourism Minister Edwin Bartlett, he would list their natural beauty and their welcoming people as natural resources. But at the moment, I'm speaking of bauxite, which is the mineral that's used to make aluminum. The challenge is refining bauxite is extremely energy intensive. And at the moment, because of that energy challenge that I just mentioned, the costs of refining bauxite is so high that they can't export it at a competitive price, which is where energy independence, CESI, and these investments in solar and wind energy really come into play to lower the electricity bill and make Jamaican bauxite more competitive. Additionally, and this is the last point on this, is that a byproduct of refining bauxite is something called rare earth minerals, which is used in building smartphones, building tablets, smartwatches. And so these rare earth minerals, which by their name are rare, are going to become increasingly valuable. And at the moment, China is basically controlling that market. They have almost a monopoly on rare earth minerals. But that's something that Jamaica could potentially tap into in the future. It's not as simple as just refine bauxite, get rare earth minerals. It's a bit more complicated than that, but it's definitely worth keeping an eye on. So something to keep in mind as well regarding Jamaica is that Even though it's large in the context of the Caribbean, it's a population of 2.8 million. That's roughly the population of Chicago. And so in that context, Jamaica has always been punching way above its weight in terms of culture, in terms of sports, with Bob Marley and the entire reggae scene, and also with Usain Bolt, Shelley and Frazier, the fastest man and woman in the world at the Olympics. Their tourism spots also regularly end up on lists of the world's best beaches. But with the opening of Cuba, that brings its own set of challenges and opportunities. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Well, just I want to correct you about Mrs. Fraser. She's not the fastest woman in the world anymore. Ellen Thompson. She's Jamaican as well. She's Jamaican as well, but it's a different one.
Well, there you go then.
You mentioned Cuba, but I want to come back to several other potentialities within the tourism sector, as some things have to be done. The infrastructures, as for the roads in Jamaica, has to be improved in order to facilitate the connection between cities. From Kingston to Ocho Rios, there was a build-up of a toll road that facilitated the traffic between the two cities. But you have also the entire North Coast is waiting for a highway to be built up in order to connect Ocho Rios, Montego Bay, and Negril, which will lead to the improved traffic of tourists. As for the tourist attraction that Jamaica could offer, they could offer better attractions in order to enhance the tourist experience within the country, as well as take the full potential, because Jamaica's got a jerk cuisine that is not widely famous. It's just famous when you go to Jamaica. So there's something you can work on, that something recognizable from Jamaica, just to add up to all the brand equity that this country has. Also, you have the sport tourism. We've talked to the Minister of Culture, Babsy Grange, and there are plans of building up sport facilities in order to get youngsters from the US to come and learn about athletics. So like to have a football center that youngsters can come to as a summer trip and do things as such. They need to use this sports brand equity that they have with Usain Bolt and Ellen Thompson, for example, all this athletic they're using about. They are looking at medical tourism, eco-tourism, and they're trying to tap into new markets such as China and India that could be very attractive for Jamaica as tourists. And also, like you mentioned, Cuba as being maybe a threat, but it's more of an opportunity for the country as to create a multi-destination package for the tourist in order to come visit Jamaica for a bit and then get to Cuba and then probably finish in Antigua and Barbuda or as such. That will offer a full package for tourists coming from those countries as far as China or India.
Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett mentioned that possibility of having multi-destination packages within the Caribbean, which is an interesting opportunity. The other opportunity is, you mentioned China and India as new markets that they're trying to tap into. When we spoke to Transport Minister Michael Henry, he talked about redeveloping an older airport, a military airport, Vernon Field, to have it be one of the largest airports in the Caribbean, the only airport that can have ultra long haul flights landing directly in Jamaica instead of having to go through Miami. That could serve as a hub to other Caribbean islands instead of having to stop every time in Miami and then come back to the Caribbean. The other opportunity that infrastructure opens up is that, it makes the flow of tourists better, but it also improves the flow of goods within the country. It's not just for tourists. And with that new airport, which will also be a cargo airport, that's going to be crucial. Of course, Jamaica is famous for its accent as well. It's often ranked as the friendliest accent in the world. That's been an asset for the workforce in terms of call centers and business process outsourcing. Related to that is the new education reform that they just put into place. How is that going to impact the next generation of Jamaicans?
So you mentioned BPO. BPOs and call centers are quite important. It's a sector that's been growing at 20% average per year. And you've got about 35 domestics and international company already implemented within such a small market, which is 2.8 million people in the Caribbean. So what they're trying to do, they're mainly trying to operate low-skilled labor call centers that are already implemented and growing big. But what are they trying to implement now are like skilled workforce that would be working in BPOs in order for either international companies to be able to outsource legal or accounting or maybe medical services. And the educational reform comes into place and might be tapping on a different market, which could be considered as the South American market, because the Prime Minister Andrew Holness, who previously was the Minister of Education, has put in place, and it's been voted and implemented already for next year, for next school year, is to implement a second language, which will be Spanish, in order to make Jamaica not only the center of the Caribbean, but the center of America, as to become the link between the North American market and the South American market, and to tap into other opportunities.
So that's super interesting because, as the Prime Minister himself said in our interview with him, Jamaica is potentially the crossroads between North and South and Central America. And when you look at the Caribbean, which has an English-speaking set of islands, a Spanish-speaking set of islands, a French-speaking set of islands, if Jamaica is the one bilingual country, that would give it a special status within not just the Caribbean, but the Americas in general. You can find our report on Jamaica in the December and January edition of Harvard Business Review. For more information, you can head to our website at www.winne.com. That's WINNE for World Investment News. And you can find our full web report on Jamaica at jamaica.winne.com.
We'd like to thank Mr. Pennycook, the director of the Jamaica Tourist Board. We also would like to thank Michael Leachin, which is the owner of NCB Bank, which is the biggest bank in Jamaica, as well as Gordon Shole, who's the CEO and Managing Director of the Port Authority of Jamaica, and of course, Prime Minister Andrew Holness.
You can also follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. We already have an interview with Prime Minister Andrew Holness on our YouTube channel. And we are going to be uploading a series of interviews with other ministers from Jamaica and other countries in the coming weeks and months. So for more video content, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. For
I'm sorry. Yes. So greetings again, folks. That clip was sort of spontaneous, but it tells you some of the things, some of the positive things that are happening in Jamaica, but it's not being highlighted. You wouldn't hear this anywhere else. You wouldn't see it anywhere else. Mainstream media wouldn't carry these sort of discussions and interviews because they're positive. If it was somebody out there tearing Jamaica to threads, then it would have been highlighted. But unfortunately, somebody have to be the bearer of good news. And we pride ourselves on that. We pride ourselves on highlighting the positive things that are happening for Jamaica. And we appreciate you guys coming through. Appreciate you sharing the program. Appreciating you participating in the comments and giving your analysis and your thoughts on the various topics that we discussed. I want to say thank you to Morland Wilson, the MP for Western Westmoreland, for passing through. I want to thank former Minister Andrew Wheatley, Dr. Wheatley, for passing through. And of course, we want to thank Dorlan H. Francis for sharing the stage with us and giving us some good information on Jamaica's political history. I'm yours truly, Chopper. I say to you, peace and good night.